Good morning and welcome to the MODUS Super Series on the morning after the night before, where Conor Heenahan continues to write his name into the history books underneath this wonderful building that is the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He registered the second 9-darter here at the MODUS Super Series and the only man to have done it. So let's see what happened last night and what was an eventful Group B. As it goes into the second day of action, yet to pick up a victory from his opening 4 matches. Meanwhile, for Trina Gulliver, the Golden Girl did manage to get a victory to her name, but again, victories will be needed on the second day's worth of action. Sebastian Białecki, the pole, two wins, 2 defeats for him so far. He finds himself in 3rd place, whereas for Alan Norris, 3 wins, 1 defeat. He feels as if as well he's got a bit more work to do going into today's session, and there's a lot more to come. But Conor Heenahan, well, he was the man in Group B. Well, it was some night, wasn't it, in Group B yesterday. And Matthew Edgar, prime time, is here with me up on the balcony to assess what we saw in that particular group. We'll begin by having a look at the Group B table at the halfway point of that particular group, because it wasn't just a perfect leg for Conor Heenahan last night, it was the perfect night.
Yeah, he started everything off really well. Both him and Sebastian Białecki was the favourites going into that group, and Conor Heenahan's kind of been the favourite with the bookies throughout the week. He was favourite in Group A on Monday and Tuesday. It was Wednesday where he went out, and he had to. He was in an assailable position, really. But he started this well. He's got 8 points on the board. When we look at Jamie Kelly, who got 0 points, Trina Gulliver only getting the 1 win last night, that really puts him in a very good position now to get through to Saturday. I'll be very, very surprised if he doesn't get through on that.
Well, this is night 1 then by the numbers. This is exactly what we saw in Group B. We saw 61 legs played, over a third of them against the throw as well. 16 180s and a nice of the 148. The quickest leg, 9 by Conor Heenahan. I think that could be a bit better, couldn't it?
I think the thing that actually surprises me here is that one, they say the highest winning average was by Alan Norris, and it was a 93, considering that Conor Heenahan had a 9-darter in that leg, and he closed it out with a strong leg as well. But we see this so often when someone has something like a 9-darter, how often do they actually go on to lose the match, or how much does it actually distract them from the focus of winning that game? Obviously, you're going to get a big rush of adrenaline, the heart's going to be pounding, and it did affect him in the leg afterwards, but he did really well to recompose and then go and get the result.
We're looking forward to that. That is 10 o'clock this evening here, excuse me, on Sporty Stuff TV and on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. However, this morning we are looking forward to the thrilling conclusion to Group C, where it really couldn't be any tighter at the top. This is the table at the halfway stage. Reece Robinson, Mike Warburton, all tied on 8 points. John Michael on 6, and Steve Haggerty, who plays in our first game. Well, if he beats Mike Warburton, things really do get interesting with 4 parties involved.
Expect to hear that word a lot today, if. There's going to be a lot of that, if this happens, if that happens. But at the moment, Mike Warburton, Reece Robinson have got the march on the group. And you say it's tied on terms of points. It's also tied on the legs. It couldn't be any tighter at the top of the table. John Michael, someone who played really well yesterday, I wouldn't be surprised to see him come and put his stake to this. But Scott Baker in 5th position, if we was going to do this league table on averages, he would be 2nd. So he can feel a little bit disappointed or a little bit aggrieved to be sat in 5th position at the moment on just 2 points. But don't be surprised if he shakes this group up quite a bit today.
Well, let's see what the bookmakers think about proceedings then today in Group C. Mike Warburton goes off the 11-8 favourite with the bookmakers. But because it's so congested, is the value perhaps in the middle part of that betting bracket?
You know me, I love to stand here and look at a betting slide and try and argue and debate and say I don't like that value or there's value here. I think in terms of those odds, the bookies have pretty much got it bang on. I'd probably just switch around Scott Baker and Steve Haggerty in their positions on the markets. But other than that, I think they've got this absolutely spot on today.
Well, that's what the bookmakers think. What does Prime Time himself think, I wonder, with his Prime Time picks? Just under 5-1. Treble, just talk us through that.
Again, we're looking at the markets today, and we're looking at those extra markets. The win markets, there's not too much value in those. I think a lot of these are going to come down to the over-under markets, like the Warburton John Michael game. I think that's a really good play there, over 5.5. I can't see either play just running away with that one. And I think that's the play today. Look at these games. We're going to get a lot of tight matches. We're going to probably see quite a few 4-3s today. So those over markets could be quite a play.
Well, we're looking forward to a fantastic Friday here at the Darts. 25 live matches between now and the early hours of Saturday morning. We begin with Steve Haggerty against Sebastian Białecki, and it's all going to be commentating in the company of this man here, who's joined by Paul Nicholson. Morning, Paul.
Good morning, Henry, and good morning to everybody tuning in wherever you are. Live on Sporty Stuff TV here in the UK and via the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel worldwide. Don't be afraid to get in touch for Friday. We do have 25 matches for Friday, like Henry mentioned. We'll have the climax of Group C up until around about 2:15 this afternoon local time. And then we will conclude Group B a little bit later on. But this is Steve Haggerty. His participation in Saturday's finals, well, it's very unlikely, you would say, considering the strength of Reece Robinson and Mike Warburton yesterday. And his chances of getting into Saturday would be a lot weaker if he was to lose to Warburton again.
To throw first. Game on.
First things first, though, for Haggerty. He's got the darts here today, or he didn't have them yesterday. But if he can get a win and get himself onto 6 points,
85.
He may just find a way to the top two of this 6-person group, because that's where you need to be. No more second chances now.
60.
Warburton was 5th in Group A on the first 3 days of the week. But now that we have Group C,
140.
you'll either get through this group or you're going home this afternoon.
You talk about that position of Mike Warburton being in 5th place in the table, but
60.
he didn't play like a guy who's 5th place in the table. That Group A was very congested, very tight, a couple of points separating the whole field. And
60.
on any normal week, the way Mike Warburton played, you could argue that it probably finished top.
Of that, there is no doubt.
85.
I don't think there's ever been a Group A like this week. And we do have 7 more weeks of qualifying leading up to the Champions Week, which will
100.
start on the 1st of May. So if you are marking your calendars, that's when the big check for £20,000 for Super Series 3
100. Stevie Rock 160.
will be. First to the 6th of May.
100.
Warburton under a bit of pressure here in leg 1. Like I said, he's got to break the throw in this match, whereas yesterday it wasn't really a problem. A 4-0 win, averaging
60.
mid-90s. He made it look very easy.
16.
16 for a 16 darter. I love little patterns like that.
8.
He's not going to love that
Mike
opening bid
136.
on the double 8. And Mike Warburton has treated us to this already this week. It was his first tumpless finish of the week, the 136.
100.
And just in case
Stevie
Steve has any
Rock,
more
8.
problems on the outer ring here. Can he work his way in? Yes, he can.
First leg. Steve Haggerty.
Second day of action for Haggerty. This is day 5
Second leg, it's
for
Mike to
Warburton.
throw first.
How will he be feeling
Game
on
on.
day 5?
Tired. And if anything, probably a little bit eager to get the job done, because you don't want to be here committing a whole week of your life and not get through to the Saturday.
Think about people in golf
140.
tournaments who play 4 rounds. They don't just play 4 rounds of golf in that week. They have gym work, they have mental work.
100.
They have a practice round on the Wednesday, if not 2 practice rounds from the Tuesday and the Wednesday. And if you consider the amount of time it usually takes to do a round of golf, 4 to 5 hours, possibly 6 on a really congested course, that's roughly the same amount of time as it takes to get through one of these group days. 9:30 to around about 2 o'clock, maybe 2:30. That's 5 hours.
But again, the preparation time, you could probably add another 2 hours on top of that for getting in here early.
Yeah, same for golfers. They've got to go on the range, they've got to do some putting, they've got to get ready.
We used to get this quite a lot, because obviously I used to work in football, and we used to get quite a lot because people would mention things like, well, they have to work 90 minutes a week, and it's like, no, there's
100.
hours and hours of preparation that go into making those 90 minutes as good as they are.
When you think about John Henderson, who was here at the back end of Super Series 2 and was in Champions League.
60.
He'd played almost 3 weeks straight, and he was
78.
toast by the end of that. If anybody had to play this 3 weeks straight, they couldn't do a 4th. I'd go so far as to say that you do 2 straight weeks in this. You can't do a 3rd.
78.
Haggerty could do a 2. By 2, I mean the legs column.
66.
But he misses 2.
Mike require 40.
2 darts for Haggerty to break Mike Warburton early in this match.
Game is
Well
on
done,
the
Mike.
second leg. Mike
There was pressure on
Warburton.
that one, and you could see from his expression that he was very happy that it went in.
Delegate
Maybe a
Steve
tiny
to
bit
throw
relieved as
first.
well.
Game on.
Might be a bit early to be picking up on things that the players have done here, but I'm going to do it
60.
anyway because I think this is something that needs to be said early. Because if you say it later on, you could go, well, it might have just been something that's... Steve Haggerty is clearly playing with the same set of flights that he's played with either yesterday or previous, because when you see it from that top angle, you can see that it looks like someone's been trying to have a bite out of them.
95.
You know how I feel about that, Matt. Fresh flights every day. I'm a big fan of that.
100.
When it comes to using flights from yesterday, if they're a bit hammered, as you can see from the top corners of those,
85.
or maybe he just doesn't have enough flights with him, but that would be his fault, right?
Can also promote extra deflections as well, because you're not getting a true reflection of the flight, the
100.
equipment that you're trying to use.
Some dart players are
100.
really,
Mike require
really superstitious
161.
when it comes to certain things. I used to know a very, very good dart player from Northumberland called Kenny Brown. Used to call him Waxer. It's a long story.
99.
And
Steve
he had
require
the same
161.
flights for about 8 years. And the same stems. He kept repairing them.
90. Mike requires 62.
Waxer on and off.
You'd have to ask him that. Lovely man from Benwell, just outside of Newcastle.
42. Steve requires 71.
Well, he's getting opportunities here, Steve Haggerty. It's another 2 darts.
Game is
This
on the
time,
third leg.
he finds
Steve
the double.
Haggerty.
He could be 3-0 up. And if you consider
For
Haggerty's
Haggerty
leg
Mike to
difference
throw
at -5,
first. Game on.
that is an issue. But if he had been 3-0 up, with a chance of a 4-0 against someone at the top,
100.
he would definitely be trending in the right direction. Now, have we, or more specifically, have I, maybe dismissed his chances a bit early?
95.
Well, if he can get this result, I'd have to say yes, because he'll be within 2 points of the top 2. And Reece Robinson opens his account against Scott
100.
Baker. Scott Baker will be throwing first. And I absolutely hang my hat on the fact that Scott Baker is going to completely
59.
shake up this table today. Does he get through? I think it's too big of an ask, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Baker go through the card and win all 5 games today.
I've seen Moreno Blom of the Netherlands here
100.
get through after 2 points on a Thursday. But that was a different group because the person who was leading that group had 6
40.
points. This time you've got 2 on 8. It's a very, very different complexity.
Do not think that this group is over yet.
60.
There will be plenty of movement today. And certainly, if Haggerty can get the victory over Mike Warburton.
I'm just thinking about one of the videos that we showed last night.
141.
Getting to know the backstage crew. One of our longest standing members of the production team, Stefan, will know this reference. It's a dance song by Grace
90.
called Not Over Yet. And it says, it's not over, it's not over, it's not over yet. Well, if that's ringing through the head
59.
of Haggerty,
Mike
it might
McGuire,
serve him well.
51.
Just a little bit ragged at the start of play today, Mike. Not his usual
Game shown the full
polished
flag.
self, but he is keeping
Mike
himself in the
Warburton.
running. Yesterday he averaged 89. Actually, no. Thursday
We've
average was
Steve to throw
91.41.
first.
He's 89.37 for the week. So yesterday he was up on what he's done for the rest
100.
of his Group A campaign. His consistency yesterday was excellent. But that's what he always delivers when he comes here.
60.
The 2 people at the top of the table, Reece Robinson and Mike Warburton, are in your opening 2 fixtures.
54.
The first one is on the ropes. And I'm going to... I said I think he could do it. I'm going to go bold. I'm going to say Scott Baker does the clean sweep today.
You heard it
100.
here first then. If he gets to 12 points, you never know, he might have a chance. But he would need either Warburton or Robinson
99.
to have a bad day. And I said that if Baker stood any chance, he'd need help from Jack Wareing. He might need to pick up 2 wins today
60.
for the first time in a campaign.
Looking a lot more composed at the moment, Steve Haggerty.
100.
He's one of these players that really do send the distress signals out a little bit too early and looks a little bit void of confidence at times, but not today. He's got a bit of focus.
60.
Probably on the
Steve, you've got
basis that he,
148.
like Scott Baker, knows they need a pretty much perfect day.
The Jimi Hendrix lookalike.
60.
That tickled you a bit yesterday, didn't it?
It's that moment of realization when you think, how have I not seen this before?
100. Steve, you require 88.
Things have gone with throw so far. Is that continuing?
74.
It's now up to Mike.
You require 121.
Right here, you're just saying, get a shot at the bullseye. And he should. But he doesn't.
93.
Almost took the leg anyway. Doesn't like that dart.
Steve, you require
Missed it by
14.
a good 1.5 centimetres.
And again, just watching the expression of Steve Haggerty there, when I say he's got that void of confidence, he was expecting that to go in against him. He's splitting the 14. 10 for double 2.
Game on the 5th leg.
Successful route for Steve Haggerty.
Haggerty.
But when you don't have the confidence, you sort of feel your opponent's just going to hit everything.
I don't know if he was going for a 10.
See if I get
I
Mike to
think
throw
he tried to
first.
disguise that, but I think that might have been for a 6.
It's like when you play in your local league and someone spawns a treble 18, and then they throw the
60.
next 2 over there, like, oh yeah, one of the 18s.
Yeah, I remember that actually happened to me in a doubles final about 22 years ago. Local player called
100.
Colin Scott. He was playing with a very good player in his pairs team called Tim Arkwright. Fabulous, fabulous pairing. and they're up against me and my partner. And
140.
to start the last leg of the final, first start winning the 54. And it did make the difference because they won and we didn't.
57.
Never forgotten that. But I am convinced that Haggerty's done a really good job here of disguising the fact that he was going for a 6.
I'm sure if you ask him, he'd have gone,
100.
well, I went for the 10 or the 6. I just went on the wire, and whichever side of it goes, I'm happy.
It just goes to show, doesn't it? There are clumps of even numbers together. 18, 4. Clumps of odd numbers as well. 17, 3, 19, 7. If you want to be sure of splitting a shot or getting an odd number, use those.
57.
You said there were going to be a lot of 4-3s today. We might be starting with one. But then again, we might not.
180.
That was a great 180, all
144.
tightly compact together. You might have even got them in the middle of a mint. He's going to get a shot. He's going to get a match opportunity. I said earlier on he had the
96.
possibility of being 3-0 up because the opportunities he
Stephen
created
requires
himself.
69.
He could be going to 6 points.
54 left. And it's tops for the match. Very well done from Steve Haggerty. That was really, really tidy. I know he didn't play his A+ game, but the timing of some of those shots, it was excellent. A little bit of a blow for Warburton, who now has 4 matches to go on Friday just to book his spot in the finals. He will have to be in the top 2. He will remain there for now, but how far is he going to be behind Reece Robinson, because he takes on Scott Baker after this break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Steve Haggerty has got the better of Mike Warburton by 4 legs to 2 in our opening game of the day. Makes things very interesting in the race for first place, that is for sure, because Steve Haggerty moves on to 6 points. Warburton and Robinson on 8, and it is Reece Robinson we're going to see up next. He takes on Scott Baker. Watching this one, Matthew Edgar, Paul Nicholson.
Thanks again. And now we have Reece Robinson back at the hockey and feeling pretty chipper about A, the way he played yesterday, and B, because his closest challenger has just gotten a little bit further away. But he's up against the Mod, who isn't under a great deal of pressure today because he was rather unfortunate on Thursday. Played pretty well, but didn't get the results that maybe he deserved. Is Reece Robinson really called the Sugar?
Okay, first leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Surely Sugar Reece Robinson has a little bit of a better ring than the Sugar.
You just don't like the word the.
80.
I don't. It works for some people. The Mod. You wouldn't call him just Mod. That works. Because if it was Mod, it'd be Ministry of Defence.
43.
We spoke about lookalikes in the last game. There's a lot of lookalikes for Scott Baker.
100.
I've heard people say that he looks like he's out of Oasis. Some people say he looks like he's from the In-Betweeners.
180.
That looks like a 180 to me. Oh, yes, it is.
100.
Yeah, you don't envisage Scott going to the barber and saying, you know what, just lop it all off.
Can I have a Nathan Aspinall, please?
46.
Which you will see from Jack Wareing. He has got a Nathan Aspinall haircut. This is very
100.
80s, 90s, you would say. Bit of quadrophenia.
90.
But as far as
Scott,
Reece's nickname is concerned, we'll
121.
just say Sugar Reece Robinson. Just rolls off the tongue better. It's a bit like Sugar Ray Robinson, the boxer.
107. Reach record 142.
Gonna go 17s. Needs another. Just for a microsecond, he thought he might have a shot at tops there, which would have been somewhat typical
114.
of Scott Baker's
14.
campaign.
Game shot on the
But he takes
first
the
leg.
lead.
Scott Baker.
And he might be the ultimate spoiler in this group. Because even if he has the perfect day, there are no guarantees he'd even qualify. But he has the capabilities
Second leg, it's Reece to throw first.
of averaging
Game.
high and winning games against anybody in this group, considering yesterday he averaged 89.93. And he finished in 5th position
96.
on 2 points. If you subtract his average for the day by 0.06,
140.
you have what Reece Robinson did. Case and point.
That's why I think he's going to go through the card today and pick up all 5 victories. I think that's a interesting one to watch and keep our eye on
100.
today. But it felt yesterday like Scott Baker let opportunities come by and go. It was either first start or nothing by the looks of it, because when you actually had all the numbers
140.
together, he was 14 hits from 45 darts, which is very, very close. It's actually 1 dart less than that 33%, which is where we say you need to be.
97.
So I would dare say, because a lot of his misses came in clumps, that's what you sort of remember.
60.
And is he one of these players that it has to be first start, or he'll go on a bit of a train?
Well, he's missed 1 dart at double in this first leg of this match.
135.
But he
Scott, you
recovered
record
pretty well.
161. $97.
What can
Reece
Robinson
requires
do
73.
now that he's got a 2-darter for himself? This would be pretty sweet for Sugar.
33. Scott, you
Things
requires
might just
64.
be about to go sour.
Game shot on the
There you
second
have it.
leg. Scott Baker.
He may be in the mood today. And if you consider what we talked about a little bit earlier, with his good
Delegate
averaging
Scott to
yesterday,
throw
there's
first.
another
Game
piece of information as well. He had the highest average yesterday in a match. But it was a losing average.
140.
99.9. Nothing went his way yesterday at all. But so far today, it's looking a bit brighter already.
100.
About as bright as Robinson's flights.
83.
Average at the early point of this one for Scott Baker, 102. We have been treated to a 100 average every day. We might have to
60.
wait too long for this one. Reece Robinson playing his part with a 91, but
140.
Scott Baker knows what he needs to do today. He needs to win them all, and he could do with a couple of sizable wins. And when you're in that position, the best person to have a sizable
140.
victory
Scott, you're
against is the person
138.
who is now top of the table after that defeat for Mike Warburton. Reece Robinson stands alone at the top.
94.
But the way Scott Baker's playing, Mike Warburton might go back to the top without needing to play another game.
105.
It happened twice, didn't it,
Scott,
on
you're going
Wednesday?
44.
And it was Warburton and Dennant doing it then
28.
That
Rachel
may just be a let-off.
96.
for Reece. I don't think the double-double's the play here. I think that was such a lovely lie on that 60. That was the play.
58. Scott, you require
I agree.
16.
I'd have stayed on that treble 20. It was just on the top wire, stood up to attention the way he
Aim
likes
on the
them.
third leg.
But
Scott
there's not
Baker.
much he's going to like about that one. Scott Baker will love everything about that. It's all going the way at the moment for the
Well, it's
neutral.
Reece to throw first. Game on.
The players joint top coming into today, Mike Warburton, Reece Robinson. Mike Warburton went down in the opening game 4-2 to Steve Haggerty. And right now, Reece Robinson
140.
has to be perfect, has to win every single leg. Or else the table is going to bunch up.
60.
I was just thinking about nursery rhymes, funnily enough, when you were talking there. I know that's a bit random.
140.
But there is a dart player called the Butcher, isn't there?
100.
That Mark Graham.
Yes. So there is actually an opportunity for the MODUS Super Series to have a day
91.
which has 3 nicknames as part of a nursery rhyme. Because the Butcher, the Baker, you did
45.
go with him,
Reach your 130.
but you need a candlestick maker. I don't think you're going to get that in darts, are you?
$90.
I don't see why we wouldn't. We've seen far worse.
He's actually called the Mod, but just for
180. Reach your record 40.
those purposes, we'd call him the Baker. Now, is he getting a shot at 116 for the match?
Game shot on
Oh,
the
that's a
fourth
great
leg.
start,
Reece
isn't it?
Robinson.
Somewhat fortunate in its nature. But if he misses that, he could well be bageled first thing.
We've let Scott to throw first. Game on.
We've brought out the James Wade philosophy book a few times, haven't we, this week? And
Yeah, it's about 1 page.
I
100.
think it's a good time to get it back out again, because in that situation there, he wouldn't have liked the 180 that Scott Baker hit, because he says that's a wasted 180.
50.
Is there such a thing?
Well, by saying there's a wasted 180, you're assuming that you've got an amount of 180s in you for the day, say 8 or 10 180s, and that you can only use them in certain situations.
Tell that to Adam Gavlas in the quarterfinals of the UK Open, who got 12 in one game.
81.
Tell that to Dirk van Dijvenbode and Ross Smith, who got, what was it?
100.
32, was it?
A lot.
Yeah, there was over 30 180s in one match between those two guys at Alexandra Palace around Christmas time.
This is perfect play from
60.
Scott Baker, by the way. He's throwing for the match, and he's just gone 100, 100, 100. That is very, very hard to break.
100.
And again, so one of the most rare cats in darts right now is actually on the 5-ton game.
100. 100. Scott, your record.
You don't see this
101.
anywhere near as often as you used to do. But it's on. Double 16.
69.
Still got Reece Robinson in a lot of trouble.
92.
Are we going
Scott,
to
you're
see
required
a
32.
very up and down day?
16.
Oh no.
We should require 118.
This would make Scott Baker have flashbacks to yesterday. He's starting on the ball. It's 18 for ball. This could be the best shot you've ever
Going shot
seen.
the fifth
Wow.
leg.
And look at Scott
Reece
Baker's
Robinson.
face. I am stunned. Bull, 18.
See if it gets
Ball.
Reece to throw first.
And he
Game
even
on.
managed to find a way to squeeze it into the bottom part of the bull. That is one of the best finishes I've ever seen. That is brilliant.
Call him sugar if you want, but that was as sweet
43.
as they come. I honestly thought that when he hit that first bullseye, he might not have had enough room left for another, but he's just taught us that he did.
40.
That might just change the rest of this match.
That's one of the favourite finishes I've ever seen. Love that.
I have
41.
to say that's finish of the year so far. It's March 10th. I go so far, we might not see a better finish than that for the rest
100.
of 2023.
Scott Baker's just missed 4 match darts. And he goes bull, 18 bull.
60.
Wow.
That's the kind of thing MVG would do, just to try and stamp his authority on somebody.
140.
But maybe Baker does have the capabilities of getting through this game eventually.
I would love to have that feature again where we go, pause.
57.
Henry, on you go. Stick the microphone in Scott Baker's face. Let's see what he thinks about that. Because if he wins it, he'll probably come off and say,
100.
what a great shot that was. But at that moment, just there, I reckon he might have said something a bit more flowery.
You just don't know how valuable that leg's going to be. I mean, even if he still loses this
100.
game,
Scott, your record 121.
having that extra leg in the bank might just be enough to take him through. We won't know for a while, but
97.
we'll hold that thought.
Great response again, though, from Scott Baker. Leaves himself a single double combination after 15
60.
darts.
Scott, you require 24.
He has got the job
Game shot
done.
of the match.
But maybe him
Scott
missing
Baker.
those match darts in the previous leg, it was just meant to be because we were gifted that 118 checkout with 2 bullseyes. But Robinson does suffer defeat for only the 2nd time in this group. Baker now doubles his tally of points and goes to 4 with a very good average and 1 out of every 3 darts at double hit. When we come back, we will conclude round number 1. Jack Wareing and John Michael are playing their 5th consecutive day.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen Scott Baker get the better of Reece Robinson by 4 legs to 2 in our second match of the day, doing so with a 92.71 average and 33% on his doubles. But Reece Robinson treated us to the highlights of that game, and perhaps one of the highlights of the week, even in a week with a 9-darter, that 118 bull 18 bull. Well, you know, sometimes you've got to be a show-off, haven't you? Well, next up for us, Jack Wareing in action. He takes on John Michael. This will be an interesting game for sure, because if John Michael wins this, because of the defeat for Reece Robinson in the last game, it means there'll be a three-way tie at the top. Paul Nicholson, Matthew Edgar are in the box to describe this one.
Yes, we are. And things have started somewhat unpredictable. So now we turn our attention to John Michael, who lost his final 2 games yesterday and walked away from Group C action feeling a little bit uncomfortable. But now he has a chance of going top of the table after 6 rounds of matches in Group C. He would need a victory of 4 legs to 1 or better to be top of the table on leg difference.
To throw first. Game on.
This is Jack Wareing,
85.
with us for a 5th day in a row from Leamington Spa in Warwickshire. It's safe to say that he has really settled into this. Group A was not for Jack Wareing, but he's been a completely different player in Group C, which we did kind of say we'd expect as this moves forward. There are a lot of different things to be aware of when you play on a TV stage, such as how you exit the board. Obviously, all the cameras and everything are to the left-hand side. He's got to be conscious to make sure he's exiting to the right, as well as knowing that all the eyes on the other side of those cameras.
22.
Myself and Paul Nicholson sat here scrutinising the game.
45.
You guys sat at home.
How do you think John is feeling about his week? Because it has been quite tumultuous.
I don't think he's going to be happy with
40.
anything other than getting through to Saturday. That is the bare minimum requirement for somebody making a debut in this event after coming off the PDC Pro Tour.
146.
We have seen Jack Wareing take a 100-plus finish now. We've mentioned a few times this week he hasn't done one, but when he did it, it was actually to win the
98.
match. So should he get an opportunity to win the match, we know he can cross that line. That is not in question.
Got to go for it, John.
Game's on the first leg. John Michael.
First blood to the Deadly Rose. That's not the first time I said that this week.
Second leg is John to throw first. Game on.
You mentioned earlier on as well in the week when Jack Wareing was playing that you actually
55.
went to a venue yourself in Warwickshire. We bring that up because Jack Wareing is a very proud Warwickshire County player, plays in the A team. And you mentioned that you went to a venue in 2002
59.
that was extremely busy, and I've had a tweet coming from Tom Martin, who lives in Leamington Spa, a county player himself. I actually handed him the Warwickshire captaincy when I stepped down. Says he believes that the club you was referring to was in Canley.
Okay. I'll have to bow to superior knowledge there. I can't actually cast my memory back to then and remember what it was like. But I know that we played on a stage
97.
that was somewhat in the corner. And the practice boards were behind the stage, behind a black curtain, if I remember rightly. I remember it being really good fun. Great venue to play. Great atmosphere.
133.
If it was Canley, you'd probably be familiar with the Canley famous He-Man dinners that was only ever ate by one person that I believe that ever finished it.
58.
Is it the Pie Man?
134.
It wasn't. It was a local lad called Mark Sedgwick.
58.
Not related to Alma then? You don't get that reference, do you? She was on Coronation Street. Fictional character. Moving swiftly on.
35. John, your record 76.
Could be John Michael moving swiftly on. Double top.
56.
Jack's not finding a very good start here. I mentioned yesterday that him playing 5 consecutive days is probably something he's never done before.
John, your record
I just wonder how he's feeling today. That's a bad dart from John.
No score. Jack, your record 164.
That may be one of the worst darts he's thrown this week. That missed by a mile.
If you want to know how he's feeling, he might show you in a minute. Because if he took that out, I am confident
79.
we would have got a reaction
John, 20.
from a player who describes himself as fiery.
Game on the second leg.
That's much
John
better.
Michael.
Finding the right marker and the right dart after for 2-0. He's got an excellent record
It's Jack to throw first.
against
Game on.
Jack this week, but he did lose to him yesterday by 4 legs to 2, but the other 3 games, 4-0, 4-2 and 4-2.
41.
I think one of the things that's been really good to see
95.
regarding Jack Wareing is the support he is getting from home. I've been getting a lot of messages from people who have been watching and supporting him, and I can see a lot of people posting on his
100.
Facebook wall from his local area. Regardless of what happens, even if he loses the last 5 matches today,
95.
he's going to be going back somewhat a little bit of a hero for a couple of days.
He deserves to go back to where he lives and feel good about
100.
this challenge. I know it hasn't gone particularly to plan, but the thing is, it's invaluable experience
95.
for his future.
And it is a step up from what he's doing. He's been playing on the county scene, the County A. These are international standard players. So
85.
he's dipping his toe in, testing the water. He now knows what he needs to do. The other thing is he'd have spent a lot of time in that practice room with these players, seeing how they prepare, see how they get ready for
140.
these situations. He would have learnt quite a lot as well regarding what needs to be done to hit that peak level of performance.
Well, you can't do much better than that.
135. Johnny require 76.
John spent most of his time in the 19s in this leg.
68. Jack require 40.
Jack had a little bit of time to wait before he got his first leg of the week on Monday.
Game
But
shot
he
the
does
third
find double
leg.
10. And what did I
Jack
say yesterday
Wareing.
about his game plan moving forward? I think tops and tens is where he should spend his time.
Fourth leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
He did have the least amount of chances yesterday at the double. He only had 25 darts.
100.
However, hit 9 of them. And that's kind of been the theme for Jack Wareing this week. Don't give him an opportunity.
26.
He's dangerous on the finishers. He did kind of have the ideal time of things growing
100.
up, actually. His father, Alan, actually owned a pub, which is perfect preparation because you can spend time with your dad and practice in the
60.
bar all day.
You do tend to find that that's happened to a lot of people. Michael Smith, it's well documented that he was injured playing sports as a kid, and his dad just gave him a set of darts and said,
60.
there you go, go off on that, and he's spent most of his time on the dartboard ever since. What was it like for you growing up?
97.
I was very lucky because despite the fact that I had a lot of history in the family dating back to the
140.
60s of my granddad playing in the News of the World finals at the Alexandra Palace, which was a great story when I debuted there myself. I
72.
picked
Johnny
up a
require
sticky
101.
dartboard from Blackpool. One of those 99p, you lick them and you throw them at the board, and that's how I got into darts.
61.
Just grabbed it from the North Pier as we was leaving, and no child goes home with money when you go to the seaside, and it was a dartboard. First thing I grabbed, and
44.
here we are still
Johnny
now.
require 40.
Double top.
Game shot the fourth
That's
leg.
much better from John Michael. His average now is 83.17. which isn't too dissimilar to what he had on
Three-legged
Thursday.
Jack to throw first.
83.5 for the 4th day of the week. And throughout the week, he's averaged 84.23. So this is the level that we're getting from him more often than not.
45.
And that'll be the reason, harshly speaking, why he's come off the Pro Tour. Because that is not going to
45.
cut it on that sort of level. And even in here, if he doesn't rise, and certainly in certain occasions, he might not find himself in Saturday night, because that is below the standard of what we'd expect for someone to get through to the Saturday as well. So a little bit of a dip in form at the moment for John Michael. But he could go top of the table after 6 rounds of fixtures here in Group C, if he can conclude this victory against Jack Wareing.
100. 25.
Conclude it he might. So after 12 darts, Jack Wareing back on 289. I thought he was thinking about that there. I saw his eyes come down and the body shape change. I thought he's going to go 25 or bull here. But once again, the counting of John Michael comes into serious questioning.
Yeah, and his tactics so far today have been somewhat up and down, no pun intended, because he's used the 19s a bit more.
100.
He's just strolling his way to the finishing line here. He's playing at a much higher level than Jack.
85. Johnny requires 76.
76 for the win then. Double top once again.
56. Jack requires 123.
He's had 1 ton plus finish this week. Hit this, it would be his best. And John Michael is now
39.
searching
John
for something he's already
20.
done. There it is again. When he's gone for double 5 after a miss at double 10. He's missed it drastically low. I just wonder if he's got something going on with his arm or shoulder. Because if he's missing low.
I was going to say there's a sign of tension there when he moved to the 19s.
44. John required 20.
And there it is again.
16. Jack required 40.
Multiple match darts missed.
No score.
But he will get more.
John required 4.
Job done. That's pretty much it. It's not about
John
averages
Michael.
now. I know that averaging 77 there isn't his best performance, but the most important thing is that he gets the 4-1 win, and with that, he goes to 8 points in the table, and his leg difference will swell to +7, which means he's now at the top of the pile. So when we come back into round number 2, it's the likes of Reece Robinson and Mike Warburton who have got a lot more to do than maybe they thought. Robinson against Haggerty is game 4 after this.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. John Michael's got the better of Jack Wareing by 4 legs to 1 in our previous match. That ends the first round of fixtures for the day in Group C. So let's have a quick check and see where the land lies in terms of the table, because what it does do, it means there's a three-way tie at the top of it, and it's led by John Michael. Reece Robinson, Mike Warburton also on 8. Steve Haggerty also in an interesting position on 6. Now, our next game sees Steve Haggerty in action against Reece Robinson. A win here for the man from Essex would see 4 players tied on 8 points at the top of the table. We are being treated to some very tight groups this week. In the commentary box, here's Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
Things are very different now, aren't they, Henry? Because when it comes to this table, we were almost thinking that Haggerty might not have enough in his arsenal to get through this group. But if he beats Reece Robinson, he will be joining the party on 8 points. And with John Michael taking on Mike Warburton next, one of those guys is definitely going to 10. And after watching Group A this week, I'm not taking anything off the table just yet.
After watching the way the day started as well, I've said Scott Baker, I think, is going through the card. He's got Jack Wareing next, so he can
Go first
stay
against
with the
Reece to
chasing
throw
pack.
first. Game on.
Things are about to get really tight and interesting, especially if Haggerty wins this one against Reece Robinson.
100. $68.
What have you made of Steve Haggerty this week, actually? Because I know that averaging 78.94 for his first 5 matches is not his best. But we are talking about a challenge to a winner. Does he come into this day with a little less pressure than, say, a John Michael or a Mike Warburton or a Reece Robinson?
I think the pressure Steve Haggerty feels is from Steve Haggerty.
180.
I don't think it's from the Super Series. I don't think it's from the table. Certainly don't think it's from the 5 players he's going to be playing today. I think Steve Haggerty pressures
Richard
Steve
McGuire,
Haggerty.
81.
I think he's got a very high expectation of himself, like we all do. He expects that
Game
all
shot
the
on the
time.
first
Reece
leg.
Robinson,
Reece
a
Robinson.
12 darter there to open proceedings in this one, setting the tone. But Reece
Second against
Robinson,
Steve to
actually,
throw first.
I'm
Game
informed on Twitter that we've actually been getting his nickname wrong. It's not the Sugar.
82.
According to Bobby on Twitter, it's Sugar Boy.
Could we get it more wrong?
60.
Sugar Boy Robinson.
Nah, I still like just Sugar. Tell me what you want, but just Sugar is good.
140.
Sugar Reece Robinson. Just like Sugar Ray Robinson. A very, very good boxer.
And now he's in his 30s. Shouldn't he be Sugar Man?
100.
Doesn't have the same ring to it, really, does it?
You know what I'm going to say next? You're a Simpsons fan.
59.
There was a Sugar Man in The Simpsons. It was Homer. Now, every now and again, it's nice to just reminisce to see what happened on this day in the darting world. It is the birthday of Peter Snakebite Wright, so many happy returns
50.
to the 2-time world champion. In fact, it's the birthday of a certain Jack McKenna as well, who was the opponent of Paul Lim when that infamous 9-darter was hit at the lakeside.
170.
Hello? Somebody's going fishing.
145.
was
Reach
let off the hook.
105.
He surely didn't go for bull 5 bull after doing bull 18 bull.
65.
I think he's decided that he's going to go the creative routes today. There was a little bit of method in that madness.
Game shot on the
But that
second
is
leg.
an equalising
Steve
leg.
Haggerty.
My silly brain's kicking in. When he hits those 2 treble 20s,
Delegates Reece to throw first.
and you went,
Game
hello? I've just got this picture in my mind of someone editing the dartboard so the bullseye moves like a mouth going, is it me you're looking for?
140.
It's actually one of my favourite songs, that.
So you'd love to see someone out there in social media land who is good with technology, maybe editing that moment and putting a mouth over the bullseye to give us
why
that
not?
bit.
Why not? Now, as you were saying, on this day in
57.
the darting world, John Part won the UK Masters in 2013.
55.
10 years ago today, John Part won that European Tour event. Isle of Man Opens have been won on this day. Back in 2013 by Stephen Bunting over Darryl Fitton. Scott Waits
57.
beat Richard Veenstra by 5 legs to 0 in 2019. I could go on and on. I'll give you one more. 2001,
100.
22 years ago, Laura Turner won the Torremolinos Open.
The Isle of Man Open's one that's meant to be happening this weekend, but the UK's been hit with a bad weather warning and a bit of snow.
Yeah, the weather around the UK has been very
76.
unusual.
Stevie
For
Rock
March.
145.
Haggerty could use the bull
105.
or the outer bull here,
32.
and he gets the outer one to leave tops. Got to find it, Reece.
Game shot
Well
on the third
done.
leg. Reece Robinson.
Maybe not playing his A-grade stuff right now. Not making it look easy anyway. But in a weird sort of way,
to throw first.
he is currently playing better than any game he's played so far statistically, but it just doesn't feel that way.
I was thinking exactly that, because as you were saying that, I looked over to the averages, which are mightily impressive at this point, showing a really good competitive game. And I think the reason as to why we're feeling a little bit like that maybe Reece Robinson isn't playing his A-grade stuff, is because of how well he's played recently. We now have a level of expectation.
Dennant is already there. You will have 2 players from this group and 3 from tonight's group.
81.
I am going to send out a little bit of a teaser to our
135.
Twitter audience, by the way. And the question is as follows. On this day, in darts, it doesn't matter about the year, just the 10th of March, how many 9 darters have been hit on the 10th of March?
45.
So that's over to you guys.
43.
At MSS Darts, you can tweet Matthew Edgar or myself, and we'll read out the correct answer at the start of the next match between Warburton and Michael.
23.
We've seen him be very creative today, but he'd need an extra dart if he's going to do
40.
the 180.
Stevie required 20.
Certainly on a steel tip board. That's something you'd be able to do in certain disciplines on a soft tip board.
Game shot on the 4th leg. Steve Haggerty.
Steve Haggerty levels up the match with a 16 darter. The reason for that is on the soft tip,
5th leg is Reece to
master
throw
out
first.
rule, which
Game on.
allows you to finish on a treble. So the 180 would actually be a checkable shot.
You played any soft tip darts?
Not yet.
135.
I'm tempted to dabble in it. I'm also looking forward to when I do my American tour, because I really want to go play
100.
cricket.
You should get into the soft tip stuff. It's great fun. It's got lots of bright lights and shiny buttons.
60.
Great fun to play it. It's very you. Have a chat with Adrian Gray about it.
I have. He's told me a little bit about that, actually. And one of the things he actually mentioned, though, about the soft tip, he says like the board's a bit bigger. He goes, but it's bigger for everybody. And the attitude is, you miss, you lose.
140.
Yeah, this game is essentially about what you hit, whereas in soft tip darts, it's about what you miss.
60.
From my comparisons of liking soft tip and steel tip, I compare it like pool and snooker. They look like the same game on the eye, but they're actually so different.
57.
You want to try and get yourself a year worth of soft tip under your belt and try and get into that Team UK squad.
95.
And go to the soft tip World Cup in Hong Kong. Great fun. Great first dart for Reece. He's determined to not be broken in this match. That looked fairly routine for
See if we get Steve to throw first.
Sugar Reece Robinson. I'm just going to re-emphasize that again. I'm not going with Sugar Boy. It's awful.
140.
Obviously, the play of Sugar coming from a famous boxer, but he's landing some big knockout blows himself here. Some big
22.
haymakers, but they're always coming on the throw. So what that tells me is that's a guy who's in full check and control of his emotions.
140.
If you aren't aware, Sugar Ray Robinson was an American boxer who competed between 1940 and 1965. That's a long career for a boxer, 25 years.
57.
He was inducted into the Hall of Fame in 1990 and is often referred to as the greatest boxer of all time.
140. Stevie, we're going 164.
201 fights. When you consider that Floyd Mayweather Jr.
100
has had, 49 or 50 fights? Sugar Ray Robinson had 4 times that, and he won 174 of them.
165. Stevie requires
say about
64.
a guy in full control and check of his emotions. He opened this with 22. 22, 134, 140, 165.
Should win it now. Double 10.
30.
But doesn't win it right now.
Stevie requires 16.
Did not expect Steve Haggerty to be coming back. It felt like his opportunity had passed him by when he missed the 2 darts at the 64.
12.
In a funny sort of way, Matt, I think he
10.
didn't expect to be coming back. I don't think he was mentally ready for that. Double 2. His balance has been a bit off today, hasn't it?
4.
Completely overbalanced there. The shoulder going completely past the hip, which is just going to lower things down, cause a lot of lift, and naturally you're going to throw high and above like he did. Gone for the 1 up, 1 in.
2.
It's 1 up, 2 up.
Ratio required 2.
Double Madhouse. But it is Robinson who gets the win. And sometimes you've got to do it by hook or by crook. At times, he was exceptional in that game. But ultimately, he finished the game with a 20-darter on double 1. But it does get him back to the top of the table on 10 points. And he's laid down the marker for the likes of Mike Warburton and John Michael, because they're going to play each other in game number 5 after this.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
We are with you for 50 weeks this year, 6 days a week, every single week here at the MODUS Super Series. And you can be a part of the action, you can be a part of the fun. Every single Saturday night, tickets are free, they're complimentary, and they are available at dartshop.tv. It's a unique darting experience. So if you do fancy coming down to the south coast of England, Portsmouth in particular on a Saturday night, make sure you enjoy some tungsten delights. Well, we saw a tungsten delight just before the break, didn't we? Reece Robinson getting the better of Steve Haggerty by 4 legs to 2. He now takes command of Group C. However, one of Mrs. Warburton and Michael will join him on 10 points. This is being watched by Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar in commentary.
Yeah, this one will see somebody join Reece Robinson at the top. It's an intriguing table, which sees a 6-point gap now between Scott Baker in 5th and at the top with Reece Robinson. But one of these two players will now get themselves back into qualifying positions. It will be typical of Warburton's week if he was to lose this game and be 3rd with 3 rounds to go, because he has been teetering on the edge of qualifying in both groups he's been in.
Okay, first leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Well, we have this saying up in Northumberland, you know, Matt. You probably haven't heard of it. But when something quite unbelievable is happening,
140.
you know what we say? We say, had away.
I'm concerned
57.
for John Michael in this one. And I don't think there'll be any hadaways in this one, because he's looking like a guy who is absolutely shattered, tired, tight, fatigued.
140.
We saw him in the last game with Jack Wareing coming low. We saw him starting on the 19s. That's a guy who's completely void of confidence. There's the low dart again.
121.
The more these creep into this match, I think the more we're going to see it affect him. I think he could be in a bit of trouble today, John Michael.
Yeah, I'm just looking at his eyes. His eyes look very tired.
140.
It's a fair old sign for a dart player, because they do spend a lot of time concentrating under very bright lights.
60.
Look at the shoulders. The shoulders are slumped.
Yeah, the walk's quite languid, isn't it?
The warning signs are there. He's sending out the rockets and the flares.
This is a hot start from Mike.
65. $97. Mike requires 16.
Poor counting there from Deadly Rose. Got the route wrong. But maybe he thought that the leg was going to be done anyway.
8.
He was wrong.
That is not a recorded message. He has done it again. That's probably about 8 times now that he's gone for the wrong shot this week.
Mike requires
something
8.
to watch back and have a look at.
Double 2. Just a little bit over the top of that one.
4.
And he's handing John Michael an opportunity that he really doesn't deserve.
Well, in 9 darts,
84.
he'd scored
Mike
420 points. And in the next 9 darts, he's not been able to finish the 81.
On the first leg. Mike
just needs that extra visit. It's a good job he got it that time, because John Michael was on double 13.
Second leg, it's John to throw first.
Okay,
Game
teaser
on.
time. I did say in the middle of the last match that on the 10th of March, 9 darters have been hit.
140.
But how many? Any tweets coming in?
Not for that question.
So I'll just come up with the
100.
answer then.
Well, I'm going to have a guess myself, I think. I'm going to go with 4.
Well, I have my database in front of me. It is 6.
100.
2012, Phil Taylor. 2017, Ryan Meikle. 2019, the most recent one, Brian Roman, the Noodle. We love Brian.
60.
Jamie Lewis, 2018. Alan Tabbin Sr., the Saint, 2006. And maybe the most famous
60.
of those 9 darters, Noel Malikdem of the Philippines, who hit it, I believe it was on an Asian tour event, wasn't it?
Just reminds me there about
60.
Alan Tabbin. There is an Alan Tabbin Jr., isn't there, dart player?
Yes, there is.
And there's also a Costompe Jr. as well.
140.
Very creative work there from the fathers to... What would you like to call them? I'll call him Co. Isn't that your name?
Sometimes it's just a family trait, isn't it?
60. Johnny McCoy, 61. 13 scores.
48 left.
8.
Well, for a second, he probably didn't know that he had 48 until Owen told him.
41.
I think he's going to struggle on those higher doubles. I'm not surprised he's come low on the top. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him change that at some point as well, and maybe try and
100.
leave the double 16s
Johnny
deliberately
McCoy, 20.
to avoid going to the top end of the board. We're going to get another look up there. Low.
Every single
16.
time he's gone for double
Mike
5, he's
McCoy,
missed it low.
121.
If we're looking at it from a positive sense, he is getting closer to it.
This game started off with 3
57.
140s from Mike Warburton.
Johnny McCoy, 4.
It is fizzling out a little bit at the moment. But double 2. We said he's probably going to prefer the ones down the bottom end of the board. So he
Game
hits
shot
one
on
at
the
the top.
second leg. John Michael.
Yeah, double 1 is exactly the same height as double 5. But for some people, they prefer it
So look, it's Mike
because it's
to
on the
throw
right-hand
first.
side of tops. It's been a good battle between these two this week. Warburton's had the better share of it, winning 3 of their 4
180.
matches, 2 of them by 4 legs to 3 over the last couple of days. The one win that Michael has
40.
was on Tuesday by 4 legs to 2. Keep it there if you dare. We're getting greedy now. I had a 9 darter last night.
140.
We'd love to get another from somebody. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a third from Conor Heenahan.
100.
I'm sure he's going to tell us that he's going to be the man to do it.
9 darters are great, and he's the only one to hit one under this roof. However,
100.
he is yet to win a weekly title under this roof. Same could be said for everybody
85.
in this group.
Mike McCoy, 81.
The most experienced player is Mike Warburton, but he doesn't have a weekly title here in Portsmouth.
$41.
This is a game of 2 players, second and third in the league, both on 8 points. Which is kind of bad fixturing for
Mike McCoy, 40.
Scott Baker fans. One of them has to win it. One of them has to move to 10. And out of
20.
nowhere, that could
Johnny McCoy, 96.
be John Michael.
Double 18.
Game
And he's now
shot
got
on
the lead.
third leg. John
Hasn't
Michael.
even played that well. He's averaging pretty much what he's done for the week. But you can see he's not happy with the way he's playing.
Look,
But
it's John to
look
throw
at the glass half
first.
full, John.
Game on.
When Conor Heenahan was going for his 9-dart leg last night.
55.
Just before he went for the 141, I said history has a habit of repeating itself. We don't have to go too far into the history books to look at Mike Warburton on Monday, topped the group. Went into
100.
Tuesday. And Tuesday, day 2 of his group, he went on a little mini run of defeats where he lost 3 in a row. And ended up knocking himself
180.
out of contention for that top position. Is that repeating itself here? Because he's already lost his first game. That was to Steve Haggerty.
100.
And John Michael has got the break and is doing all the right things other than the counting.
Dart 2 should have been at the
60.
19s. And Dart 3 should have been at the 19s. I don't know why I didn't know this about John Michael up until now. You just assume that people who have been around a while are
100.
decent counters, but when you talk about Phil Taylor, Steve Beaton, and now John Michael, they're not great counters.
100.
Could be in a lot of bother if he can't get 2 or 1 and 6. And in the middle, a 106 miss for the Greek.
85. Johnny Rock 106.
Key moment in the match. Double 16.
90.
Over to you, Mike.
Mike Rock 116.
Great first start. Tops.
96.
That would have been some response to having his throw
Johnny
broken.
requires 16.
Instead, he's now got to watch John Michael throwing at double 8.
That's not ideal.
Game's
that
on
is.
the 4 flag. John Michael.
Things are turning again for Warby. And not in a good sense.
5th flag, it's Mike to throw first.
His remaining
Game on.
fixtures today are Jack Wareing in game 9. And if he was to suffer defeat here, he would have a 3-game break. And in a funny sort of way, that might be a good thing.
100.
He has the last match of this group against Reece Robinson.
80.
And he also has Scott Baker in game 12. It's a particularly urgent situation all of a sudden. I know that he's sitting quite proud right now
140.
in second spot on 8 points. He's actually in third on leg difference. But I hasten to say
100.
that this is getting a bit urgent.
I'm looking at the Scott Baker story as well because he's someone I've predicted to win all 5 matches today. And I just don't think it's going to be enough. Looking at the fixtures and how they're breaking down and who's still got to play who. I think even if he does do the full 5 from 5, he may find that
100.
yesterday cost him more than he could imagine.
There have been legs in this match where Michael has been
65.
way behind and allowed to come back. Don't stay there. Oh, John,
58.
you're
Mike
killing me with
96.
this counting.
He's tapping his own head. I think he knows. I think that's a signal to us to say, yeah, I know that one, lads. That was
56.
a bit silly.
Sometimes you just go into automatic mode and you think, I'll stay where I am. I'll try and find that 57.
45.
But ultimately,
Mike
maybe he's
require
mentally
40.
tired this week and he's making counting errors that he wouldn't usually do.
Game shot on the 5th
He
flag.
pays the price.
Mike Warburton.
But now it's up to John Michael to get things done. And winning this leg or the
It's
next,
John to throw
he will
first.
return to the
Game
top of the table above Sugar Reece Robinson.
100.
Yeah, it's a busy weekend for darts. Not only the MODUS Super Series Week 5 finals, We mentioned the Isle of Man is hosting tournaments this weekend. There are some ranking events in Hungary as well.
100.
It's always interesting to know what's happening around the world.
140.
Did have the Premier League last night. It was congratulations to Michael van Gerwen, who won his 3rd straight night. First time that's happened with the new format.
The way it's going, you won't be surprised to see him
180.
at a 4th. And that is a 4th maximum in this game. It's split evenly.
140.
This is turning into a bit of a slugfest. Decent averages, actually. John Michael, 87.5.
140.
Warburton, close to 90.
So 121.
That 140 takes him over the 90 mark. He's given himself a chance. After 9 darts, he leaves 81. If he converts, he becomes favourite for the match.
Going to be one dart at the bull.
Goes
And we are seeing the
6th
bullseye
flag.
going in.
Mike Warburton.
It's quite easy today, as Mike Warburton hits a match-saving bullseye
7th and
to
final
take
against
us
Mike
all
to
the
throw
way.
first. Game on.
There it is. I thought we weren't going to get a fist pump. But right now, John Michael is thinking, how dare you hit that bullseye against me?
If he is, like we feel he is, a little bit tired,
100.
when them bullseyes go in, it goes 3-3, you just feel, ugh. You feel like, here we go. You've got another leg, and then
45.
what you tend to do is you tend to find you have about 9 darts where you don't hit a treble.
3 down, 6 to go. There is an element of survival of the
60.
fittest here at the MODUS Super Series, right? Because you don't have to be averaging 105 every game. Sometimes you have to put in that 85 to 90 average when you're not
140.
feeling 100%. Just think about a recent European Tour event where Michael Smith was obviously not 100%. He still averaged 93 and 1.
100.
You're always going to have it to your favour, to your
58.
conditions. You're playing some venues where it'll be a bit colder than others where it'll be hot.
I've forgotten what hot is. I know what grey is.
100.
That's what we get in the UK at the minute. Grey, grey, grey. But John will happily take one more day after this of grey before he goes back to the sunny climes of Greece.
95. Mike, 141.
And look what he's left. I feel like I need to hit my head against the wall.
In this situation,
60.
that could be a costly mistake because it just invites Mike Warburton to a setup shot and a shot to try and finish it rather than the urgency
41.
button just being
Mike,
tapped
require
a little
81.
bit.
One more job for 2 invaluable points against a player who wants them as well.
Game
But it
shot
goes the
and
way of Warburton.
match. Mike Warburton.
It's a 4-pointer here in Group C, and the 2 points go the way of Warby because he's now on 10 points with Reece Robinson, and he stops John Michael from getting there. So it's killing 2 birds with 1 stone in a performance where he averaged over 90. And that's very close to what he's been doing the whole week. Did miss a fair few darts at double, but did get enough chances in the end. To end round 2, we're going to have Jack Wareing coming back to the board against the darts. He's up against Scott Baker.
Welcome back, everyone, to the MODUS Super Series. We are into the meat of the action on Friday here in Group C. And we've just seen Mike Warburton get the better of John Michael by 4 legs to 3. 2 180s in that one, 90 average, 25% on the doubles. Game 6 coming up for us now. It sees Scott Baker in action. He takes on Jack Wareing. And this is going to be watched by Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, we're going to take a little bit of a break from the top of the table now. But let's see how Jack fares against Scott Baker. Yesterday, it was Scott winning by 4 legs to 0. And Scott's had a pretty good start to his campaign for Friday, picking up a 2nd win in the group. But if Scott does get another win, he will join Steve Haggerty on 6 points. But we'll jump him in the table because he has a superior leg difference. Wareing knows how it feels to be at the bottom of the table. That's where he's been dwelling all week. But there's no pressure on him today.
Scott to throw first. Game on.
Scott Baker's next 2 games are this one with Jack Wareing, and then he'll be taking on Steve Haggerty, who will move to 5th place if Scott Baker can get the victory here. I think they're the right 2 fixtures right now for Scott Baker, because he can really just, points-wise, just tap the leaders on the shoulder. I do think it's probably a bit too much for him to do. But
78.
whatever, there's still hope. Reece Robinson and Mike Warburton, both on 10 points already.
140.
Somebody's going to pick up the pace in this game, aren't they? We might just have our quickest game of the week here.
180.
Definitely going to keep the referee on his toes. If you can find them inside those massive shoes.
95. It's got your record 158.
Another. Oh, Jack's done it now. We're having a game of bogey number bingo here.
Yeah, he didn't switch. He got the treble 5 with the first start. That was the point to go down to the 19s because he'd have been able to have both darts at the same target. Instead, stayed up on the 20s. The double 20 is where Scotty Baker needs.
Jack, you're 138.
98 is what he's looking for now. He'll take the ton.
58. Scott, you require 40.
We are seeing a little bit of frailty in the calculator department so far today from multiple players.
Game on the first leg.
But no frailty from Baker, who starts in 17 darts. Can you imagine if Scott Baker had made more of his time in the PDC and he'd got to the World Championship? How cool would it have been to see him go down that walkway on a Vespa?
80.
We're going down the Bob Anderson School of Walk-ons here.
Yeah, kind of.
43.
It'd be easier to get it in the arena, apart from a horse. How did they get that horse in the Circus Tavern? You've been there as well. It defies physics to get a horse in that door.
Do you know what? I went to the Circus Tavern for the first time this year when the Seniors World Championship was on. And at no point did I actually stand there and think about that properly. But flashing my mind back to that venue, I have nothing to add to that in terms of how that was physically possible to get a horse in there.
123.
He's moseying along at a level that he can maintain for a long time. But what we've seen from Jack this week,
121.
at his best, is an 84.44 average. And he has something in common with Scott.
97.
The fact that his best average was a losing average. And Scott's best losing average was 15 points more
89.
than that of Jack.
Record 98.
I think the issue we've got here is if we use the horse reference in this one, that
58.
best average for Jack Wareing is somewhere that Scott Baker would find it a bit of a canter.
It's a good song, that. Canter
42.
by Jerry Cinnamon.
Scott, you require 40.
Definitely a future walk-on song for a Scottish dart player.
Game shot on the second leg.
But Scott wouldn't use that. He'd have something along the lines of a mod track like, is it My Generation? Is that what he walks out to?
So let's get Scott to throw first.
Check that one.
Game on.
I'm enjoying this game.
123.
I love games like this where you got two players that just play it with so much pace and purpose. No waiting around, just
28.
straight to the oche. Throw, straight to the oche.
I was right. My Generation by The Who.
140.
Saw him. Again, he's got the identity right.
Who was it you said?
Yeah, I said it was My Generation, the song. I wasn't 100% sure who it was.
But who sung it?
The Who.
60.
That's what I'm asking you. Who sung it?
No, I'm just doing an impression of an owl.
So who did sing it?
Who?
No, I'm asking you who. I
This
don't
could go
know.
on for a while, Matt. Come on, we've got to stop before it gets out of hand.
$59.
That's what someone
Scott,
from
you
Norfolk
require
calls
98.
one of the best referees in the world. We call him Hugh, but they call him Who.
No score.
What? Really? Scott, bow your head in shame. It's not Who, it's why.
57. Scott, you
I
require
mean, he's
98.
fortunate because Jack Waring's not hit a treble in this leg, and he's had a couple of 140s and a
Game
1,
shot
2,
the
3 as
third
well.
leg. Scott
But-
Baker.
I can't make sense of that.
That is one of the weirdest 15 darters you'll ever see. He
Well, I think it's
busts
Jack to throw
98 and
first.
takes
Game on.
98. Look how much he's bothered by it. I want to be Scott Baker when I grow up, honestly. And he's 7 years younger than me.
I don't think anything bothers Scott Baker
100.
in life, not just in darts. He strikes me as the sort of person that spends a lot of days
140.
chilling.
Sounds like a good Twitter page, that. Scott Baker chilling in different locations.
81.
Bit like that
43.
famous photograph from last week with Richie Burnett when he was made to look like an ice skater.
Yeah, I did a few of them myself, actually. I enjoyed that moment.
140.
Good response from Jack Waring. Lost the first 3 legs.
100.
Yeah, treble in the last one. So what you're seeing from Jack Waring is a lot of resilience. Very good quality of a dart player.
81.
But you do need more than that. Sometimes you need a little bit of quality as well to stay with a former
60.
England international.
Require 99.
'Cause that's what Scott Baker is. Wasn't far off tops
59. Scott, you
Does he get a shot?
58.
to stay in the match. Hold the phone.
He wasn't far off of doing a Baker and actually busting the 99. The last
Jack, you
start,
require 40.
closer to the treble that he would have wanted. But we did say earlier when Jack Waring gets an opportunity, he
James on the
takes them.
fourth leg.
And he
Jack
takes that on
Waring.
the tops. Double that you're quite fond of seeing him throw at.
Yeah, I just get the feeling that a game plan for him
Fifth
going
leg, it's
forward
Scott to throw first.
would be
Game on.
to cultivate a way of scoring legs where he leaves tops and tens a bit more, possibly a little bit of double 12 in there.
45.
And just learn from what has gone right this week, because the tops and tens have been a little bit better than other parts of the
100.
board.
He's had some good moments. I think the 13 darter that he hit yesterday was probably one of the standouts. Obviously, the
41.
win would probably be the big standout, taking a 108 finish as well for the match. But Scott Baker's just offering a little bit of an
45.
invitation here for Jack Waring.
That's a little
100.
better. Now on 315, let's say Jack gets a good score here. Where would you go first start? Because I know a lot of people who would start in the bullseye.
135.
25, 2 treble 20s, leaves 170.
100.
It's all about trying to leave the possibility of the finish with a last dart in hand. But this is good stuff from Jack.
180.
This game may not be up yet.
59. Jack require 41.
At 3-0 down, you thought it was.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Jack Wareing.
Proof's in pudding, lad. 14 darter, one of his best legs of the week.
Sixth leg is Jack to
He's
throw
starting to hit
first.
tops with regularity.
Game on.
Do you get the feeling
40.
he's comfortable playing Scott Baker as well? That pace of the game is definitely something he can just warm to.
Yeah, it's going to suit him. It's less processing time, isn't it? It's just straight back to the hockey and throw again.
That's the third maximum of this match. If you've had a
59.
punt on Scott Baker having the most maximums in this game, you're currently in the money. He's 2-1 up.
60.
But remember, it's over 18s only. Gamble responsibly and begambleaware.org for more information.
85.
3-0 down. It was like Jack Wareing through quicker, and now he's trying to be a bit more deliberate all of a sudden. I mean, he's not slowed it down too much, but
83.
it's visibly on the eye. A little bit more deliberate. Is it because he now feels like he's back in this game again?
85.
He is back in the game. It means he still needs
60.
mistakes from Baker.
100. Scott, your record 180.
Decent performance, considering some of the games we've seen from him over the last 4 days. But this would be
43.
a definitive highlight if he was to find it.
132.
He can leave himself a low 2 darter here. Would have
48.
been a decent
Scott,
return
your
with
record 75.
Baker potentially only getting 1 dart here at the double.
Game
I didn't
shot
expect
out
him to be
the
going
match.
15s with the first start.
Scott
Maybe he
Baker.
wasn't even going that way. But it did work out in the end. And Scott Baker gets his second win of the day. He's the first person to 4 points for Friday as well, with a typically steady performance averaging just shy of 86. The doubles were decent, the highest checkout being 98, hit after he bust that same number, a somewhat comical 15 darter that was. When we come back, we will start round number 3. It will be John Michael against Reece Robinson, 2 from the top half of the table.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We are 2 rounds down for the day, so it's a perfect time to get the half-time assessment of prime time himself, Matthew Edgar. Only one place to start so far. Reece Robinson, what a day he's having.
I'm glad you opened with that. I was terrified you was going to ask me to make some sort of prediction in terms of this table. Or
you can do that if you want.
This is not something to predict today. This is going all over the place. There's going to be plenty of movements in terms of this. And Reece Robinson now top of the table, joint with Mike Warburton, only a leg separating them. John Michael's coming up in our next game. He could join them on 10 points. Scott Baker is making his move. I'm not surprised to see that. I think Scott Baker's going to go potentially through the card today. There are so many stories developing across this group that this is going to go exactly the same way that we saw Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday with Group A.
Reece Robinson, that 118 checkout. Now, I have a couple of questions. That was just something out of the blue. I mean, even in a week with a 9-darter, that's probably the most extraordinary finish we're going to see all week.
He was 3-0 down at that point, 3-1 down, sorry, at that point, and he just watched his opponent have 4 match darts, and then he starts on the ball. I'm seeing that a little bit at the moment. People doing this 118, going ball 25, because they leave the 93 and it's an option. But then the 18 and the ball, and then just squeeze it just underneath. I've already put out on Twitter today that that is possibly one of the greatest shots I have ever seen, and it's going to take something very, very special to beat that. Maybe even Simon Whitlock's 3 balls is probably the only thing I'd say is possibly on par.
Let's say our production team going to have some great fun trying to work out what checkout of the week is going to be this week. Let's have a quick chat about Mike Warburton. He started the day very much keeping pace with those at the top.
I had concerns about Mike Warburton because I saw the same sort of signs that I saw in Group A, where he did very well on day 1, but then when it came to the second day, let everyone back in and went on a run of a hat-trick of defeats. It looked like it could have been going that way as well for him today, but like Mike Warburton does, he dug deep and he got himself back in contention and got over the line with back-to-back 81 finishes.
We'll talk a bit more about Group C in just a second, but last night, if you weren't with us here at the MODUS Super Series, we had a moment of history as Conor Heenahan hit only the second 9-darter underneath this roof here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He did it back in October. He did it again last night. Let's show you what happened.
To be in this group, because we do have Trina as well.
I mean, that is a big game, that next one, Trina and Jamie Kellin. Both of those have played 2 fixtures. They've both lost both their fixtures and they're both on -6. One of them is going to be bottom of the table on 0 points after 3 matches. Conor Heenahan's just had his throw broken and then hits back with a maximum visit. But this is the best I have seen Alan Norris play for some time. And I don't just mean because he's hitting all the trebles like Conor Heenahan firing in for a second 180, a back-to-back 180. He's the last player to hit a 9-darter, the only man to do it under this roof.
Connie record 141.
They say history has a habit of repeating itself.
Can it? Double 12. He's only going to do it again! He really is the man!
Heenahan.
He's the only man who's hit a 9-darter under this roof, and now he's got 2!
That's your first 9 on comms, isn't it?
It is. First one so far. I'm sure there's going to be plenty more, and I think we're probably going to see another one very, very soon. Paul Nixon actually said, do you think we see a 9-darter this week? And, well, we have. And I think we might even get another one in this series.
Oh, tempting, tempting. Although you're definitely going to get a tweet from Duz about you getting the 9-dart call, aren't you? Let's have a look then, because this is the 11th since we've launched in Southampton back in 2021 when we were in the Live League. The second in the Super Series, both of them hit by Conor Heenahan. But as you can see there, the first 2 came from James Richardson. The first one against his son in a last leg.
Yeah, I think one thing we can say about that is we could nearly make a bit of 9-dart Super Series snap, because we've got 2 Martin Adams, 2 James Richardson, 3 for Conor Heenahan. It's strange, isn't it, when you look at the quality of the players that we have here, that we've got so many repeat ones, and actually the roll of honour of people who's actually converted to the perfect 9-dart leg is actually quite small, despite the fact we've seen 11 in total.
Super Series snap, maybe something that Paul Hinks might be doing on top of the jigsaw puzzles later on. Anyway, going into Game 7 now, we're going to see John Michael in action. He takes on Reece Robinson. Big game here.
I think we're going to say that about most of the games over the next sort of 4 or 5, because the group table's got to start taking shape at some point, and it's going to start giving us a bit of direction. But at the moment, which way that direction is, I'm not the signpost for that.
He is sitting on the fence. The splinters are there. But it's going to be an interesting game ensuing. It is game 7 of our day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Matthew Edgar is going to make his way down to commentary to join Paul Nicholson. Hello, Paul.
That graphic there was brilliant, Henry, of the 9 darters in Super Series history. But we can't forget the fact that Martin Adams got a 9 darter from at home as well when we were playing during the pandemic. So technically, Martin Adams has got 3 as well. And there was another one from home by a certain Aaron Monk. But it's interesting, isn't it, that 3 players have got multiple 9 darters with us. Richardson, Adams, and Heenahan. How someone else would like to be part of that list.
Game on.
But the only list that's on the mind of these players here in Group C is the one which has 6 names on it. And you have to be in the top 2.
140.
John Michael currently sits in 3rd spot on 8 points and a leg difference of +6. If he was to beat Robinson here, we then have 3 players on 10
60.
points. And it would be Warburton that would go back down outside the qualifying zone.
60.
There was a feature in the old wrestling which we both enjoy, and you saw the feature last night.
100.
We get accused of being wrestling commentators at the same time, where remember Chris Jericho was talking about the list, and we've got a list
42.
here that people would love to be on, which is a Saturday Night Roll of Honor, and they would love to hear those words, "You just made the list."
That could be the good way of ending
60.
Saturday night. Whoever wins, you just made the list.
Have a cardboard cut out of Jericho at the side, and
Don't worry, in this
70.
commentary box, we've got it all branded the right way, like the stage. We haven't got pictures of our favourite wrestlers on the wall or anything like that.
30.
I think when it comes to that 9 darter yesterday from Heenahan, we won't forget that for a while, but we won't forget that Reece Robinson finish for a while from the previous
99.
match. He won by 4 legs to 2 against Haggerty. But it was from the Scott Baker game, wasn't it, when he hit that, when he was from
38.
behind?
John
I beg
number
your pardon.
190.
2 5s. Something is
85.
pulled low on every single time, and I dare say that that one was closer to the treble.
Stop leaving double 5.
57. John number 5.
This one shouldn't be as troublesome.
1.
And Robinson is starting matches quite slowly today.
96. John number 4.
I think you and I have got the same face about that second dart.
Game shot.
doesn't matter anymore.
John Michael.
As soon as he missed that treble 20, the shot was off. But why would he be going 16s?
He was
Second against Reece to
2
first.
treble
Game
16s would be 96, wouldn't it? So he's trying to leave tops by the 2 treble 16s, but it's a very different play. We've seen some
60.
very different plays from him. That Bull 18 Bull, probably one of the big standouts, but that's going to make it really tricky, because tomorrow night we normally have a feature of checkout of the week.
140.
Can you debate the 141 for a 9 dart finish now, because the sheer flash and brilliance of that Bull 18 Bull?
180.
Well, if we were doing it right now, there would be a 164 from Heenahan, a 161 from Warburton.
140.
I think we might have had a 167 from Heenahan as well. That 118, the 141. Have there been any others?
It's interesting, isn't it, that the
140.
118, which is probably the smallest in terms of numbers, for me, is probably the favourite at the moment to be the best checkout.
95. Reach record 121.
He's still got plenty of matches to go. He might even get something better.
41. John the record 126.
I think if we are going to get something better on the routes that he's been going so far, I think it would come from Reece Robinson.
36. Reach record 80.
I'm not going to speculate as to where he's going here. Because if he's choosing some different routes today...
40.
It
John
could signal
90.
his capitulation. Or indeed the opposite. It might just be why he gets through, but he's lost that leg as well.
John Michael.
You can see what he feels about it.
Reminds me a little bit of David Pallett.
John to throw first.
He was one that
Game on.
had his own way of going for things, and I swear that there was probably evenings where David Pallett was lying awake one night and couldn't sleep and thought, right, what's the strangest way that I could finish this?
100.
And then tried to do it.
What's the strangest way you've ever seen anybody go for anything?
Well, right now I'd put Bull 18 Bull quite high on the list.
Oh, I can trump
60.
that. All you have to do is dig into Eric Claris's box of tricks. 2 come to mind.
81.
1, 96. Treble 16, 16, double 16. But that's nothing compared to 102.
91.
He once won a leg on 102 by hitting 3 double 17s.
59.
You can talk about crazy counters these days, but nobody upon nobody around the world will ever be as balmy as Eric Claris.
Eric Claris, one of the original players
140.
from Belgium.
Correct, and a former world master, so he's got his name on that infamous trophy, which is currently up for sale.
43.
Some hefty price
56.
tags appearing on those on the auction site.
And nothing more than the BDO World Championship trophy for men.
140.
£17,000 plus 20% is the current price tag.
I hope the person bidding knows that they have to pay an extra 20%
39.
for the auction fees.
78.
No such thing as extras here. You just need the 78. Double 12.
54. We should require 50.
That was such a big opportunity. Is he getting away with it? I think he understands how important this is.
Game
Very well done.
leg. Reece Robinson.
And a little bit of gumption as well. I'm not sure John Michael appreciated that, actually. We're getting to that point of the week where some of these players can smell the dollars. Get to Saturday, you will bank some cash. If you don't make it, it's a good old X like Family Fortunes.
58.
Was this the game yesterday which had all those interactions, the fist bump, the finger to fist bump?
Yep, it was.
The fist bump while the arm was just at the side and he
125.
didn't really want to be involved.
Game chemistry. Are you a big believer in that?
Oh, well, if it wasn't a thing, then everyone would play the same all the time,
180.
wouldn't they?
Certain opponents just seem to be the right canvas for you. And when you put these two together,
121.
fireworks. You get the sense with certain dart players like Aaron Monk or Reece
100.
Robinson that maybe whenever something new and fangled comes out, they want to try it.
60.
Then there are other players who know exactly what they want to use, how they want to feel. Do you know where Reece Robinson goes from here?
95.
Does he know?
I mentioned yesterday when I was looking through the history of Reece Robinson that he tends to be in waves. Like every couple of years he'll win something.
78. Richard requires 68.
And I think for Reece Robinson, the trick would be to try and shorten the time span between those. He's clearly got the talent.
Game's on the fourth
He's got to
leg.
work out what's
Reece Robinson.
missing to turn these title wins into consistent performances, because despite
Fifth leg
having
is
these
John to
title
throw
wins
first.
that he's had
Game
on
on.
things like the Challenge Tour, the Development Tour, we've never really seen him on the real big stages, which means he'll win a title in a year and then have a lot of early defeats.
55.
Because if he was consistent around that, those title wins tend to find that you'll push yourself into contention for things such as the World Championship or the Grand Slam of Darts.
180.
Considering the start that he had in this match, somebody's walking him up.
You'd say he's been starting slow.
100.
Some players are like that. Michael Smith used to have that reputation. In major finals, Premier League,
100.
match play, World Championship final, #1. Slow start, paid the price. We don't reference that as much now, considering what he's won in the last 6 months.
60.
And the fact that, according to the rankings, he's the very best.
For now.
100.
Because when you look at those rankings, things are getting pretty tight at the top. In fact, there could be a change
140. Reach
at the top of the rankings over the next few months. Double 18. And a hot spell gives Robinson the lead. Now, don't forget, John Michael was on double 12, having missed a shot at double 12 for a 3-0 lead, and now things have been completely flipped.
I think when we do look at those world rankings, for me, it just feels like a matter of time before Michael van Gerwen goes into that top position again.
He's roughly
100.
£200,000 behind the top spot. He'll probably have to win the World Match Play this summer. And hope
60.
that the people above him in Smith and Wright have poor tournaments. Otherwise, you'll have to wait till later in the year.
60.
And he's never been world #1 twice. He's only been world #1 once. Whereas Peter Wright has been world #1 more than once.
81.
But the fact that MVG was able to hold on to that top ranking for 7 years just goes to show how dominant he was
60.
between 2014 and 2021. We don't have rankings here at the MODUS Super Series. Do you think we should?
It'd be a hard one to
55.
put into place, but at the same time, I think it'd be quite interesting to see.
45.
Just a bit of food for thought for the powers that be. Would there be any way that we could have rankings here?
40.
That's a great second dart from John.
85. Okay, let's go. Crack on.
Initially, we thought there was a problem, but according to John, there isn't. So let's move on. I think maybe John just heard a noise from somewhere. We are quite close to the main road. He probably heard something from out there. Watch out.
131.
That was to equalise at 3-3.
137.
Now, Robinson's been creative today. Is he going to go the old 57 double top route? Well, all of a sudden he's sipping from the traditional cup.
93.
The way John Michael's been throwing at double 5, he may fear this a little bit because he won't want to come inside because he's been nowhere near the double 5.
Game shown the 6th flag.
So the easiest way to avoid going for the double 5 is to hit the double 10.
7th and final.
I don't know about you, but I'm confused.
Game on.
It's almost as if there's a person on the stage who thinks there's a problem, but John Michael's saying, no problem. This one has been the most feisty of games this week.
100.
It'll be fascinating to see if they both qualify and both get into Saturday night. It is a possibility.
45.
If you're Scott Baker, do you want
58.
John Michael to win and have 3 players on 10, or do you want Reece Robinson to win and have sort of 1 player start cutting away and hope that he beats the rest of the field for you?
You want people not to get to 12
68.
for as long as possible. Now he plays Steve Haggerty next. And if he beats
43.
him, he will distance himself from his opponent in the table and get onto the same points as John Michael, potentially, if he loses this leg. But it very much depends on what happens over the next 300 or so points.
Oh,
that's damaging. Had a chance to get a handy lead. It's now up to Robinson to hammer home the advantage. And that's what he does in the best way possible. With his 4th maximum of the match.
$97. Reece require 83.
I am spitting right now. How many times can you leave a bogey number?
And he deliberately did that. He switched for that target, and that means that Reece Robinson in that
43.
situation didn't have to go the bullseye route. He allowed Reece just to pick his double, and the counting has let him down again.
97.
It looks like somebody is going to get
require 40.
to 12 points.
And
he does.
Shot on the
That's
match.
monstrous.
Reece Robinson.
Because he leads on points now. It's a really awkward fist pump. One of the worst fist pumps of the week. I don't know if there's any contention between those two. I'm not bothered about that. But what I am bothered about is the fact Reece Robinson is now at the top on 12, and he now creates a little bit of distance between himself and John Michael in 3rd position. So Mike Warburton is now the sandwich between those two. I wouldn't want to get between them right now. But Scott Baker, who takes on Steve Haggerty next, he needs to keep his charge going if he has any sort of chance.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Reece Robinson has got the better of John Michael 4-3 in a hotly contested affair, it's fair to say, here in Group C at the MODUS Super Series. Next up for us, it's Scott Baker up against Steve Haggerty in the company of Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
I think it's fair to say that this game might be a bit more relaxed than the last one. Nothing bothers these two. Incredibly horizontal guys who just get on with it. But maybe, just maybe, someone could possibly spoil the party if they win this one. They could still have a chance. Both players on 6 points. Someone's about to get to 8, which would be only 2 points behind Mike Warburton in a qualifying spot in second. So what happens next?
Okay, first leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Steve trying to compose himself to get ready for this game. But what happens next?
61.
I have no idea. I think that's a question that was probably asked at the start of the day and will probably be asked all the way through
100.
it. If I have to make a prediction, though, I'm sticking with what I said. Scott Baker threw the card.
61, Steve's first score.
If he does that, you are going to look like a genius. Ah, sorry about that. Our scoreboard has frozen, so we're just waiting to reset that. So, you said that Scott Baker is going to go through the card. What was pointing in that direction?
The averages, the talent, everything that we've seen so far from Scott Baker and the levels we've seen from him before in the past. And Scott Baker's just one of these people that's really nice to watch on the eye. He's got a level of sort of expectancy that comes with that. I don't know who's going to beat him today. And when you're looking through the card and go, will Jack Wareing beat him? No, he's not done that so far. Will Steve Haggerty beat him? I don't think he does in this next game. And you go, where is this defeat going to come from? Reece Robinson's form's been in and out. I think Mike Warburton's potentially the only person that could stop him.
140.
We are back. And in a funny sort of way, the way that Scott lives his life and plays his stuff on the dartboard, he won't be feeling any pressure. And there isn't any pressure on him because with 2 points on the first day, you don't expect to get through.
$140.
But it would make him feel good if he wins all 5 games.
He did this before in the old Southampton venue as well. There was one week where
32.
he had a bad first day in terms of results and then somehow got himself through it.
60.
I remember it because it was in the same hotel I was and I saw him and then I looked at the results to see how he got on. I thought, oh, he's not going to be getting through that. And then I didn't even look again and I walked in on Saturday and said, what are you doing here? How was that even possible?
88.
That's a nice switch.
68.
But is it as good as this?
52.
It's a bad last start from Steve.
Required 32.
Maybe just a little bit quick.
There was no switch whatsoever there from the big single 16. Scott Baker gets a break of throw.
Second against Scott to throw first. Game on.
It would be fascinating to speak to Scott at the minute to see what his darting ambitions are going forward.
Do you think Scott Baker's got a plan?
Apart from buying a second Vespa?
140.
I think Scott Baker's plan goes as far as about 2 o'clock today when he leaves this venue. And I don't even think he knows what he does then.
100.
I'd love to live like that. I tend to live week to week.
60.
I genuinely reckon if you said to Scott Baker, what are you doing tonight or what are you doing tomorrow? I don't know.
100.
Been a pretty good start of the season for his pal Jamie Hughes.
100.
He made a Pro Tour final in the first weekend. So maybe Tipton will have a good season.
100.
You ever been to Tipton?
I have a few times, but Scott Baker's doing it again.
130. He's got your record.
You
101.
mentioned earlier on about the 5-ton leg.
Oh, it's off again.
81.
Maybe he'll get it a little bit later.
71.
Well, he's teasing it.
Double top. Had a shot in the previous leg
51.
and has missed a shot
Got
here.
your required
So
20.
he could have been 2-0 up. And he's staring 2-0 down in the face.
15.
And John Michael is not the
Stevie
only person
required
who's struggling
20.
on double five.
Game shot.
That's a
the
good find
second
for
leg.
Steve.
Steve Haggerty.
Just a few signs of exasperation there from Scott, as if
Well,
to
look at
say,
Steve to throw
well,
first.
that's a
Game
chance
on.
missed. And if he is to find some sort of heroic way through this field, every leg
32.
is huge, because he has a leg difference of +2. Warburton is at +5. John Michael's at
60.
+5. Reece Robinson's at +7.
The good thing for Baker, though, is he does still have to play John Michael.
59.
He does still have to play Mike Warburton, two of the players that are above him in the table at the moment. So he has an opportunity to take not just points,
60.
but legs off of those players as well.
So what you're saying to me is that he can affect what he can do, but maybe what he needs
82.
is a favour along the way.
100.
I think his biggest problem is that Mike Warburton is playing against Reece Robinson in game 15, and that's after he's finished.
55.
And he needs Jack Wareing to beat Warburton, really, in the next game, doesn't he?
Yeah, because then they're both on 12, and 12's all that Scott Baker
140.
can get to, but he does play Mike Warburton himself. And then if Reece Robinson was to beat
28.
Mike Warburton, we might have
Scott,
just
you've got
found the route that
141.
Scott Baker can actually get through still.
It's unlikely,
130.
but I'd rather take unlikely than impossible.
Well, at the start of the day, I said I think he does 5 from 5, but I don't see a route through. It has
140.
now presented itself.
Scott, you require 11.
Double 4.
7.
Those misses
Steve,
are
require
starting to get
105.
more widespread. 2 double tops. That has become
65. Scott, you require
very much the
4.
norm now, hasn't it?
Yeah, I remember the first time I saw it was Kevin Painter against Dave Chisnell, actually, in
Games
the
on
Players'
the
Championship
third leg.
finals.
Scott
That's the
Baker.
first time I came across that one, and it's becoming a bit of a thing now. We saw it, Reece Robinson try and do it on the 118,
Scott
which
to throw first.
I'm going to keep going on about because
Game
it was
on.
such a good finish. We're seeing the bull in the 25 utilised quite a lot now at the start of combinations.
60.
Where do you go on 105?
19s.
Me too. I like 57, 16, double 16.
100.
Everything congested in the same portion of the board. One
81.
of the greatest things about the dartboard, there's so many different varieties. There are actually over 3,000 ways to get a
100.
9-darter. But when Conor Heenahan got his 9 yesterday, he did it the exact same way as the previous one.
100.
Successfully. Good moment last night. Sure, there's going to be plenty more
60.
9-darters to come. I always feel that we're a quicker player like Scott Baker, that they're always quite liable to
140.
put one in. They seem to be more likely than the more aimey sort of players.
60. Scott, you reckon 120.
Doesn't have any recorded 9-darters, I don't think. Oh no, I do tell it. I've told Porky's there. He's got 2.
75.
Both in the PDC system. One in 2019, one in 2020. So he proves your point there.
64. Scott, you require 45.
Hit them both in February as well, so he's missed his window for this year.
Game shot on the 4th.
He hasn't missed double top,
Scott
though.
Baker.
3-1 up. Looking very strong on Friday.
Well, while we're talking about 9 darters and
first.
Scott Baker, you've just reminded me of a message that I had yesterday from Wayne. That's Wayne Willis.
46.
Sends in a screenshot of Scott Baker, who was playing some local stuff just last week.
100.
And he recorded a 9-dart leg in 62 seconds.
140.
Usually that would sound strange, but when it comes to Scott, that sounds awfully
80.
gettable. Time is ticking on whether you can get a 9-darter here this week, Scott.
60.
Let's see if he can break a minute. You do get the feeling you'd have to have the darts in the leg.
100.
There are certain players that you think if you went up against, you could probably break that, like such a Yellow Klassen, for example. Quite a quick player.
100.
Graham Usher, if he was here, but he's on the tour now. He's going to leave himself very handily placed.
140. Steve, you've got 155.
Haggerty is staring the possibility of elimination in the face. Lose this
90.
game,
Scott,
he's
you've
gone.
got 81.
Bullseye. And he ends it by pressing the red button. A wonderful performance from Scott Baker. A typically steady performance when you look at his metrics as well. The average of 86, that's all right. 36% on the doubles, that's all right. But there were some definitive highlights in there, and that 81 checkout at the end was just the perfect way to end a match like that. When we come back, it's going to be Jack Wareing taking on Mike Warburton, and Scott Baker really needs Jack to win.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Scott Baker continues to impress and Scott Baker continues to rise up the table. That's now 8 points to his name. Well in the race for qualification. into tomorrow night's final. However, he could do with a result going his way here as Mike Warburton takes on Jack Wareing. A win for Warby puts him on to 12 points, level with the league leader Reece Robinson. Depending on margin of victory in this one, could go top of the table following the conclusion of 8 rounds of matches. Big game coming up in the company of Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
Only 2 matches to go for Scott Baker then, and he can get to 12 points. But with Robinson on 12 and Warburton on 12, if he wins this match, Scott Baker may be running out of time. But if we look at what Mike has got coming up, he's got to play Scott Baker in game 12 and Reece Robinson. It's not easy.
It was never going to be easy when he only get 2 points on the opening day, but he's doing all he can at the moment. Got himself onto 8. He's won his 3 from 3. And that's all he can do, just do his job.
Okay, first leg, it's Jack to throw first. Game on.
Mike Warburton could cross that boundary with victory here and move himself onto 12.
55.
I'm going to blow your mind now, Matt. We've waxed lyrical all week about how good Mike Warburton is and has been. But you may be surprised to notice that in 31 Challenge Tour events that he's played in, he's never made a quarter-final. He's made 3 last 16s. I'm surprised by that.
45.
Especially considering that he's got 4 ranking titles on the WDF Tour. He's got that look in the eyes again, hasn't he?
60.
Sort of steely focused. When he gets this, he normally starts to find some pretty scary stuff.
140.
Well, nothing in the opening exchanges will be scaring Jack Wareing. Just 60 and 41.
60.
Yet to find a treble in this match. That's not how you break anybody's throw in this game.
81.
One thing's for sure, that Warburton has owned Wareing this week. He's beaten him 4-0 twice, 4-1 once, and 4-2 once.
140.
But Jack is getting slightly closer to him as the week goes on. He doesn't want to be bitten by him today.
140.
But you never know.
Perfect setup shot there from Jack Wareing, the 140. Leaving himself on tops. He does like this section of the board.
Jack, you require 40.
But back-to-back 140s for Mike Warburton. Just tap him on the shoulder.
20.
Oh, that could be
Mike,
costly.
you require 60.
Perfect single.
50.
He can't find double 10 either.
Jack, you require 20.
And Wareing hit double 5. So many have come.
Mike, you require
So
10.
many have not been able to unlock the door.
He has been good at taking his chances, Jack Wareing, up until now, but that was 6 darts.
Game shot,
He
the
won't
first
get
leg.
any more.
Mike Warburton.
You can see the reaction from him. He knows that was an opportunity, and it hurts so much more when it's with the last dart in hand.
Second leg,
because
it's Mike to throw
what
first.
it starts to do,
Game
it
on.
starts to give you a little bit of hope. And the way that dart was sat, he might have thought that it was a bit of a blocker, because we heard the clashing of the tungsten and the flights as
60.
it went into the target. He might have hoped that it just knocked it off course and into the single 5.
40.
Do you know how we were talking in the last match about the possibility of a 9-dart leg from Scott Baker that could break 60 seconds? Well, I have received some information from a very reliable source who tells me that Willie Boland's 9-dart at the World Championship, which was famous for being the last leg of the match, was done in 41 seconds. He hit a 9-dart leg
59.
in quicker time than Michael Johnson could run a world record 400 metres.
Also, to add a bit more interest and context onto that, those 41 seconds
100.
also changed the life of a now PDC tour card holder, Adam Warner. Watched that moment and it inspired him to start playing darts properly, take it more seriously. We know he then went on to the
180.
ADC, came here, won a week just before Christmas, the very last one, before the Christmas break, and then went to Q School and won a PDC tour card.
Let's get our first
45.
maximum of the game from Jack. Now, while I've got that in my mind, big fan of the chinos won by Adam at the UK Open last week.
I'm told he wears them everywhere.
34. Mike, 156.
Cream chinos at darts. Yep, feels like 1997 all over again.
40.
The reaction to the 180 has not been good from Mike Warburton. 45 and 40.
43.
He's offering
Mike
opportunities here for Jack
116.
Wareing. He has significantly dropped his level in this one. Is that a sign of the importance of this match in the week of Mike Warburton?
96.
That's the second time he's had that finish today.
145.
And the second time he's done exactly that. He doesn't mind now, because he does come back for 10s, which he missed in leg 1.
29. Mike require 20. Game
That's
shot
more
the
like
second
it.
leg.
2-0.
Mike Warburton.
Ideally, he'd love a third 4-0 against Jack this week. And if he gets that,
Third leg is Jack.
he will go to the top of the
Game
table.
on.
Did you watch Mike at all when we were playing from home during the pandemic? Because he had some
40.
really great games.
I didn't watch too much of it, being perfectly honest, and that's because after playing a bit of the online stuff, I didn't like it. So I didn't want to watch it and see other people doing well
100.
at something I felt like I couldn't really do.
That makes sense. Well, Warburton was part of the best match of at-home darts,
45.
average-wise. When you add two averages together, it was Boris Koltsov, who was playing in Russia at the time, and Mike was playing for North Wales. He averaged 110 in a loss,
100.
where Koltsov averaged over 116. I will never forget that game because we were all aghast by it.
57.
I remember playing one of those lockdown sort of games, and it was when I thought, I'm not going to do this no more. Now, I've played on
140.
World Championships, UK Open Players Championship, European Tours, on stages in front of up to 5,000 people. But when I played these, I got that much pressure and anxiety playing them
26.
that even my
Mike
ears was ringing
161.
while I was playing these matches.
Yeah, that's not a nice feeling. The only thing I can really relate to
65.
with that is that when I played in the Sydney Masters once against Phil Taylor, I had a blocked right ear. I played with my balance. It was awful. I spent the rest of my trip in Sydney trying to unblock my ear.
40. Mike require 96.
So far, so good. And he can take 56 here. Or just take it out now.
88.
Got a little bit of time on his hands, but he's not been clinical on the finishers in this game.
Jack's been struggling in this one.
100. Mike require 8.
He's had one average sub 60 this week. And you just wonder if he's a bit fried by this experience now.
Game
I wouldn't
shot
blame
the
him if he
third
is.
leg. Mike Warburton.
I can guarantee you this, though. If, for example, Jack was to be playing here again in 2
Fourth
weeks'
leg, it's
time,
Mike to throw first.
he would be
Game on.
stronger playing 5 days than at this week, because playing 5 days is not something you usually find that dart players do.
I think he's going to be stronger from this experience anyway, in general.
100.
Going to go back to Leamington Spa. He's going to be playing in the Warwickshire Super League on a Thursday night. He doesn't really venture too much out. He is one of those players that stay very local. He's very passionate about his county darts. And he'll be continuing to represent Warwickshire in the County A system for the rest of this season for as long as they'll keep selecting him for.
140.
It might just be the inspiration for him to travel to some other tournaments, maybe.
That's what I would hope this has done for him. But
45.
also not just himself, but those people in Leamington and Coventry that are watching and supporting him. There's some quality players in that area who hopefully draw a bit of inspiration from what Jack's done here in coming onto a international platform like the Super Series and just showing how achievable it is to get here, because we have no barriers to participation, especially now with the link with the ADC.
135.
It is literally an open door for anyone who feels they're good enough to be here. You can be.
Makes you think, doesn't it, as to who's coming next?
100.
Warburton's a bit of a mainstay here. He's here in every single Super Series. But we only have one person
93.
this week
Might require 80.
in all of week 5 who has won a weekly title here. That's Jamie Kelling, and he's in a whole spot of bother in Group B. That's worked out pretty well. Great recovery. The ideal recovery and the ideal result for Mike Warburton. That's a third 4-0 victory against Jack Wareing this week, and just at the right time as well, because that gives him 12 points and a leg difference of +9, which means he's at the summit once again. It's a question of whether he will stay there over the final 2 rounds. When we come back, it's going to be Steve Haggerty and John Michael to start off round 4.
This is the MODUS Super Series. 182.
It's the international darts competition you can watch 6 days a week, 50 weeks of the year, the MODUS Super Series. And before the break, we saw Mike Warburton get the better of Jack Wareing by 4 legs to 0. So that completes the 8th round of 10 in Group C. And because of the margin of victory there for Mike Warburton, he goes top of the table onto 12 points. Reece Robinson onto 12 as well. And there is now a gap and a chasm between second and third, respectively, going into our final 2 rounds of fixtures. Well, this next one between Steve Haggerty and John Michael is an important one, because if Steve Haggerty gets victory here, he knows he can't go through, but he would send John Michael out, which would mean only Scott Baker would be able to keep tabs on Messrs Warburton and Robinson, respectively. So let's get stuck into this one. We're looking forward to this. Here's Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar for the call.
Thanks, Henry. Yes, I think John Michael knows exactly what's happening. And as far as Steve Haggerty's concerned, he knows he's not going to qualify for the finals, so he can just free roll his way to 2 more games here in Group C. He's got to play John Michael here and Jack Wareing in game 13.
Okay, first leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
And our referee is Owen Binks, the man who looks like Frank Grimes from The Simpsons. Go on, Grimey.
95. 96.
So we have to start figuring out how Scott Baker could possibly get through. He can't do anything about Warburton versus Robinson in game 15. He must beat Warburton in game 12.
60.
And you sense that Jack Waring's got to beat Reece Robinson in game 11. Do you see that happening? I'm not sure I do.
58.
Well, the route for Scott Baker to qualify isn't actually too tricky. He's got a tag team partner basically in Reece Robinson. So Reece Robinson plays Jack Waring. We expect Reece Robinson to win that. He's a 1-20 favourite for that match. He should be winning that game in terms of the odds especially. So he'll go to 14, he'll be out of reach. If Scott Baker beats Mike Warburton, he'll stay on 12.
59.
But then Reece Robinson plays Mike Warburton in the very last game. So Reece Robinson could end up helping out Scott Baker today, because if Scott Baker then
46.
beats John Michael, he'll have enough on the legs. He will overtake Mike Warburton.
Well, there you go.
83.
So maybe if Scott Baker is thinking about the permutations, you can just have a game off, because this one doesn't really affect it.
60. Johnny requires 63.
Couple of different avenues for this. This is one of them.
51.
Not quite.
Stevie required 20.
What have you made of Haggerty this week? Is it what you expected?
On the first leg.
Or has he underperformed for you?
Honestly, this is kind of what I expected. I think in terms of his expectations and where he wants to be, it is a underachievement. But in terms of what he has been doing, certainly recently, it's kind of a sidewards movement at the moment. It's not an up or a down, which is good. Stable's good. He's now just got to figure out what it is to make that line go in a bit of an upwards trajectory.
140.
You think about his averages today,
55.
for example, 82 with a win over Warburton, which right now is actually looking like a really good result for Scott Baker.
21.
84 and 79. He's not really getting towards that 90
180, John,
as often as he would like. Was he going bull 19 bull?
I kind of hope so, because I'd like to see it again.
Is he trying to outgun Reece Robinson? From the 118 we saw earlier.
140, Johnny requires 60.
Keep an eye on that.
Game shot on the
He's
second
keeping an eye on the result because that's a 13-darter.
Steve Haggerty plays his county darts for
Feel like it's
Essex.
Steve to throw first.
The roll of honour for the Essex County is littered with legends of the game. He plays in the A team there, and I sort of get the same sense with Jack Wareing. Now, Jack Wareing's quite new to county darts, certainly in terms of the A team side of county darts, and I would say Steve Haggerty's a bit further along in regards to that, and he's in that bit now where he's trying to transition so that this becomes the norm for him on this international stage, where you feel Jack Wareing's probably a little bit further back on that line, where this is probably more about an experience for him. But makes you think, doesn't it? What is missing from Steve Haggerty right now that doesn't allow him to find that consistency to just... we're talking a dart, 2 darts at most. That's the difference between his averages, where he is at the moment, and someone such as Reece Robinson, like Warburton. It's just a dart, but when I say a dart or 2, it's that per leg.
Well, let's
55.
Dispense with any sort of mystery, because the last couple of visits he's had, he's visited the 5 section. So maybe it's visits like that.
37.
And if he hadn't, he'd be on a finish.
Well, just to give you an idea, when we talk about like the international or the professional standard game.
Game shot on the third
pause
leg.
for a second, just John Michael breaks the throw. When you come off of that 20 line, you now need an extra treble.
Game.
So let's say, for example, you went 85, 140.
60.
You can't go 100 to leave a finish, where if you go 100, 140, 100 leaves you the 161. So by slipping 1 dart in the 5, 55. You now need a 2 treble combination, or you drop back a block of 3. And that block of 3 is an extra visit to the board 59. That you require just from that 1 miss. He did that 3 times in a row.
I'm sure there are plenty
96.
of people who have played a lot of County A standard darts over the last few years who think, I've got a better record than Steve Haggerty. Maybe I can get into this. Maybe I can show you what I can do. I'm positive there's at least 15 to 20 people out there thinking that right now. But he's won a Challenge Tour event, and that's why he got an invite. So if you go out and do the same, you could have yourself on this hockey against an international player like John Michael as well.
Or option B, go onto the ADC website, find your local ADC, your vaults, your ranking events.
57.
Like Jack Wareing has. You can go win an Open and qualify for a place here at the Super Series.
96.
There's another one of those low 5s.
125.
And in a funny sort of way, it's cost him an easier shot. He could have been sitting on 68 or even 28.
140. Stevie require 83.
Double 16.
Game shot.
Didn't make any difference. That's a great checkout from Steve. Level game.
Acknowledged by
Steve to throw first.
John Michael, who loves a fist bump. He also gave him a little clap on the leg there as well. He appreciates that shot there from
95.
Steve Haggerty. I do wonder if someone like Scott Baker maybe is looking at the table and not the fixture list to realise that he's still got John Michael in his own hands at the moment. And I wonder if he is just sort of quietly cheering along Steve Haggerty here. Because there is a little bit of noise picking up now from the practice room. It's been a very quiet one, actually, which is surprising when you look at some of the characters we've got in there.
60.
Yeah, sometimes when you've got a lot of vibrant characters together, it can be quite boisterous in there.
131.
That's a good sign from Haggerty when he's trying to do that from 306. That means he's definitely gone to counting school.
60.
Let's face it, if Haggerty does get the win here,
93.
it's good for him. Whether it's good for Scott Baker or not, it doesn't really matter because, like Henry mentioned,
100.
a loss for Michael,
Stevie require 82.
it's all done and dusted. The last game he has against Scott Baker is just his last game and that's it.
Game
Well, this is
show
really
the
good
fifth
from
leg.
Haggerty all of a sudden.
Steve Haggerty.
Fast turning into his best performance of the week so far.
Those last two checkouts as well, impressive,
See if I get
83,
John to throw
82.
first. Game
They're
on.
the sort of checkouts that are, again, the difference between being a good sort of county player and being somebody who can perform on this sort of stage, an international platform.
60.
Defeat here for John Michael will guarantee that he is eliminated because he'll only be able
60.
to reach 10 points. So Steve Haggerty's gone down, he's taking John Michael with him. Then John Michael's got the chance to be going down and taking Scott
60.
Baker with him because the top two could be sealed without the top two even winning another match.
46.
We just wanted to go to the last match again, don't we?
40.
Like we did on Wednesday. I know that Matt Denon only needed one leg in that match, and he got it in the very first leg. But
85.
it's just nice when it goes to the last match of a group. Consequently, Matthew Dennett with 101.9 average in that 45th match of Group A. That was the best
60.
individual performance of the week so far. $140 leaves a finish.
100.
100 does not.
$100.
6 starts from 210. For, you would have to say, his best performance of the week.
82.
Best all-round performance of the week because when he's needed to hit, he's hit. When he's had the finishers, they've gone in.
100.
He's actually
Stevie
0.02
28.
right now next to his best average of 85.14 for the week. Bullseye to win it.
103. John, you require
That would have been
81.
some finishing burst towards the end.
To save his week. It is double 13. He's been trying to leave this.
James John, the
He
sixth
leaves
leg.
it
John
and gets
Michael.
it. And Steve Haggerty was going for a bit of a wander there, probably cursing his luck once again. But
Seventh
we go
and
to
final
a
is
last
Steve
leg
to throw
shootout.
first. Game
Which
on.
if John Michael does not win, he is eliminated.
A slightly different fist pump, isn't it? when you're
45.
doing it with Steve Haggerty because he's about 6.5 foot tall. So it's more of an overhand right for John, whereas Steve, it's more of an uppercut.
97.
You do see a lot of tall dart players these days. Martin Clearmaker, Vincent Camphouse.
140.
Everybody who's Dutch right now seems to be very tall.
140.
I wonder what John Michael's plans are for the rest of the year. He'll probably play in
140.
all of the tournaments around Greece and Cyprus again. Titles that he's won many times.
98.
Oh, he's done it again.
55.
I've lost count.
We've got to be in double figures. But doing it at crucial times like
100.
this.
Stevie Rockwell, 121.
Steve Haggerty takes this 1-2-1. May look back and rue that miss.
Close but no
57.
cigar.
John
And
Rockwell,
now John
66.
can keep his campaign alive. But only if he hits tops.
26.
He was that close to safety for now.
Stevie requires
But now,
64.
he's 3 darts, possibly 2 darts, away from the chop. Double 4. And Haggerty sends John Michael out.
Steve Haggerty.
He will have 1 match left in match 14, and it may have a bearing on who qualifies, but it's not going to be him. So 2 groups for him in week 5, and he's not going to make it through. When it comes to Reece Robinson and Jack Wareing next, that's a big game for them, and Jack Wareing is still looking for his 2nd win of the week.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Steve Haggerty has got the better of John Michael by 4 legs to 3 in our previous encounter. In terms of the league table, it does as follows. It puts Reece Robinson in a position where a win here would see him set fair and through on 14 points. He would not be able to be caught. He takes on Jack Wareing in our next one. And watching this one in the commentary box, Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, thank you very much. And as if by magic, Reece Robinson appears, because we did see just Jack on the stage there, and there's a referee as well. Good job, because we have a match to play. Robinson, if he makes it to 14 points, it looks pretty good. The chasing pack outside the top 2 have only got 8 points, and John Michael's already gone because he's only got 1 match left. But as far as Scott Baker's concerned, he does have 2. And right now, Baker is fully focused on beating Mike Warburton
first
next.
It's Reece to throw first.
And John Michael in game 14.
On.
But even before that, Reece Robinson might be safe.
We started this group with 6 players. There are now only 3 players left who can qualify.
41.
Reece Robinson, one of them. Mike Warburton and Scott Baker. They're the only 3 players that can get through. And odds-wise, you would jump massively
100.
with Mike Warburton and Reece Robinson. But we have picked up that Reece Robinson is starting these games a little bit slow.
58.
And he continues with that trend.
He's had a little bit of time since that somewhat tumultuous game 7.
50.
As for what happened in that game, I've got no idea. But It doesn't matter anymore.
140.
Because that was game 7. This is game 11. And we're looking forward, not back.
He's had a very impressive
60.
return on the 180s. 14 maximums so far. And this is only game 8 of a 2-day group. When we look across at what we saw
33.
in Group A, he would actually be the 3rd best 180 hitter. And they played a 3-day group of 15 matches. He's played around about half.
60.
So there's a bit of an insight for you looking into Saturday night if he wins this game.
83.
I'll be going live on Sporty Stuff TV tonight to give you some tips about some Friday night action. As for what I'm thinking about, I haven't even looked into it yet because I don't want to look past this group.
46.
Great first start. But that tends to happen sometimes with these somewhat thicker flights. You can get a more violent collision.
It was very audible, wasn't it? The flights hitting each other and the
82.
deflection of the dart off its target. But no damage done. Should still get 2 darts at tops to hold on to his throw.
Game shot on the
very well
first
found.
leg. Reece Robinson.
Solid start. I know it's only 21 darts, but let's face it, if you are going to have a slow start
Second leg is Jack to throw first. Game on.
and still win the leg, that's not bad. We're not putting averages on checks here at the MODUS Super
100.
Series. It's just about getting the right amount of legs per game and finding your way to that Saturday night. He's having a bit of struggle with his balance today. Whether he's just leaning over a little bit
100.
more on that right hip.
Yeah, and if you look at the back foot as well for Reece Robinson, he very gingerly just puts a toe. So if we look at the base of support, which is basically everything that connects us to the floor,
78.
it is very much over that lead foot. So if there is ever a slight bit of lean that comes out of balance, he's going to naturally fall off because he's coming off that line of balance.
94.
So imagine going up a ladder or walking a tightrope. As long as your centre of mass is over the middle of the object, you cannot fall off. But he has a very, very
89.
small line of balance, which essentially is a tightrope going up through the body.
Never really been a fan of tight ropes. Hence why I've never done them.
41.
At times, these groups can feel that way. I think for Reece Robinson's sake, you're better off getting it done in this game
135.
than having to get it done in game 15 against Mike Warburton. This is a much more winnable game. With all due respect to Jack, from what we've seen this week,
96. Jack McCord, 99.
it should be a tiniest bit more likely to get a result against Jack than Mike. But maybe
Game
I'm
on the
wrong.
second leg. Jack Wareing.
That's a wonderful 99 out.
Reece Robinson has just been put on notice.
So leg is Reece to throw
Put
first.
on a little
Game
bit of warning there.
Who's the best player around Warwickshire these days? Who's
60.
touted as the person in form?
I've got a feeling there's a lot of people right now in Warwickshire just sitting up thinking it's about to be them.
41.
But it's a tricky one. Normally, Warwickshire's very well known for people bursting through and people coming
140.
through the ranks. I've not seen this guy play. And I'm not saying he's the best in Warwickshire by a long way. But I've not seen this guy play, but it's a
125.
guy whose name I'm seeing appear quite a lot at the moment. A young man called Jensen Walker.
68.
Be interested to see when I can actually cast eyes over him. But
Young player?
yes, I think he might be. I mean, I could be completely wrong, but I think he's a teenager.
So you've gone for best young
83.
player as opposed to someone like Ted Everts.
He doesn't really play too much in the local scene now, you see, so it's quite tricky for that.
171.
Yeah, that's pretty useful there from Reece. But it's always been a very good indicator of who could possibly come off the rank next. Oh, hello.
180. Ratio required 62.
He's making this game very awkward for Reece Robinson, isn't he? Double 16.
46.
He's now got a chance to
required
go ahead.
72.
Double top.
52. Ratio required 16.
So what you thought of that one?
I don't think it was fully set in his hand when he threw it. And he should pay the price.
Game shot on the third leg. Reece Robinson.
You see the frustration for Jack at the back of the stage, but he's outplaying Reece. If we take a look at the averages and the stats, he's averaging around that 90 mark. We know he's got a couple of points more he can find on that. He's got a recorded average in the county of a 92.
140.
But he's playing with a lot of pace. There's the 92 now. So this is Jack getting up towards his A game.
If you compare the way he's throwing now to how he was throwing on Monday morning, night and day. There's a lot more rhythm to his game now. It's less tentative.
60.
I would now classify him as a fast player. Whereas I probably wouldn't have said that first thing Monday morning.
135.
Pace seems to suit his game as well when he's moving around the stage with a bit of pace and he's thrown with that purpose and that little bit of aggression in the throw.
40.
It seems to work well for Jack.
This is the right thing to do. Takes a bit of explaining
39.
as to why. Because if you can use the 25 of the bullseye at the end of a combination, you can still leave a finish from 271.
125.
19, treble 20, and 25 a bull leaves a finish. If you get the treble 19, you get another single 19 and a 25, you leave a finish.
100. Jack, you're 136.
You get 3 treble 19s like you did earlier, you leave a 2-darter. It all makes sense.
31. Reach of 132.
Well, he's already hit a combination finish today with 2 bullseyes. He's not going to get another.
Both players making a bit of an untidy approach here at these finishes.
76.
Good recovery there.
105.
But that 31 in the last visit for Jack Wareing leaves him on a 105, which is a 3-dart combination. When you approach the board and you only want 136 points, you want to be coming back for a 2-darter.
85. Reach required 56.
Mini opportunity there for Jack.
Not again. Double 6. I don't know how many times we see it when
Jack,
we're sitting here, Matt.
20.
People hitting that double 16 when they're on 56.
Game
But
shot.
somebody's warming to the double 10 task, and it's 2-2. He got his first win of the week yesterday at the end of the schedule. He is still outperforming his opponent.
But what have we said about Reece Robinson all day?
140.
As the game goes on, he grows into it. He tends to start a little bit slow, and all his best stuff has come in the back end of matches.
We've talked a lot about odds
42.
and likelihoods this week. I wonder what the odds were on Jack Wareing winning this game and having the most 180s.
100.
'Cause that's how it stands at the minute, 180-wise. The sole win that Jack has got was against John Michael.
95.
First start doesn't get any better than that.
100.
He's just fluctuating his rhythm here a bit as well.
I think he was thrown there with expectation because, like you said, the first start was so good. I think he was just expecting the next one to go in.
39. Reach record 161.
Stick to your own rhythm. Don't expect it to go in. Give it no choice.
36.
And again, that setup shot at the back end of the leg, offering some encouragement here to Jack Wareing.
60. Reach record 125.
Well, Jack's not on a finish, but he's still going to go for the centre. There was a sneaky part of me thought that he might go bull at the end of that.
He has been a bit of a rascal today when it comes to the finishing.
51.
But he's stumbling to the line.
Don't throw in the towel yet, Jack.
19. Reece requires
Robinson's
74.
just got to find a little bit of quality from here. Double top.
34.
Jack can't do anything from where he is. I don't want to sound like Roy Keane when I say that, by the way. Just need to find a bit of quality. Nobody says that better than him. What an accent. Love it.
100.
Well, you did say you didn't want to
Reece
sound like
require
Roy Keane,
40.
and you didn't, so well done.
Yes, got it just right.
Game
Just
shot
like
the
Reece
fifth
did on the
leg.
tops.
Reece Robinson.
Any idea who Jack supports in football, if indeed he does?
I don't, to be honest.
See if it gets Jack to throw first.
I'm not sure.
Game on.
He might be a Villa fan.
Is that a good thing?
Yeah, definitely.
I know Steve Beaton's a Coventry City
60.
fan.
Just for the record, it's because I'm a Villa fan, so anyone I'm not sure of, I'm just going to say they're a Villa fan.
60.
I wouldn't be surprised if Reece is a Hull City fan. 'Cause he's from Hull, isn't he?
140.
But this is where he turns around and says, no, I support Manchester United.
$30.
We have had some games go all the way today. That game between Reece and John Michael went to 7 legs. The previous game between Haggerty and John Michael went to 7
60.
legs. And John Michael against Mike Warburton went to 7 legs.
81.
So the Greek player has been Mr. 7 legs today.
Taking that award from Sebastian Bielecki, who's coming up
78.
later on this evening.
Yeah, he's going to be feeling a little bit disappointed with only 4 points from last night's campaign. Has a great opportunity to figure it out
123.
as he plays in the first game tonight against Alan Norris. Trina Gulliver was very decent at times last night. Jamie Kelling's got a lot to do.
76. $57. Jack, you require
Top of the
87.
table is Conor Heenahan. Everything went his way last night. Where's Jack looking now? Should have been at the bullseye at
47.
least.
Reece require 150.
You can look at the bull here if you want. Or you can go a bit more conventional. And taking the match
Game
right
shot
there.
on the match.
A wonderful shot from Reece Robinson
Robinson.
to win by 4 legs to 2. He was riding a bit of a tightrope in that one. Wasn't playing his best darts by any means, but he saved his best 3 for last as he plugs that 150 in 3. Wonderfully done. And now we go into the final game of round 4, which is Scott Baker against Mike Warburton. And if Scott loses that game, it's all done and dusted.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Reece Robinson has got the better Jack Wareing by 4 legs to 2 in our previous encounter, doing so with an average of 80 and that fantastic 150 finish to finish. So 4 more games for us to go. It's going to begin with this crucial battle now between Scott Baker and Mike Warburton. Scott Baker has to get victory in this one to stand any chance of qualification. He takes on Mike Warburton, who, if he wins this, he knows he's through. Everything will be settled going into the last round of fixtures. Paul Nicholson, Matthew Edgar.
Let's do it then. Let's see if Warburton can do it with a game to spare. I think he would much rather have that than taking on Reece Robinson in game 15 and having to do something there.
Scott to throw first.
Because Reece Robinson is safe and he can take the shackles off. However, he has another out.
100.
If Baker was to beat him and Baker couldn't beat John Michael, he'd still be safe.
This is what we want to see at the end of a tightly contested group. It all coming down to a couple of players still battling it out, and the first thing they've got to do is play each other.
100.
We're going to have to get used to games like this because this is what Saturday nights are all about. And if you've never seen Saturday night darts here at the MODUS Super Series, we will have 6 players split into 2 groups. Group 1, we'll see 3 players having 2 matches each. Same for Group 2.
140.
And then the top 2 players from each group will go through to the semi-finals, where it's knockout. And 2 finalists will battle it out for the £5,000 prize. The runner-up will get £2,500. Considering the amount of work you do here in a week,
100.
It's pretty good money. And I'm sure these guys are doing 5, possibly 6 days this week. They will sleep well on Sunday. We have Matt Dennant through to Saturday night. He's played 3 days so far. We have Reece Robinson through.
90.
He's played 2. Warburton wins here. He'll have played 5. Would that have a bearing on Saturday night?
81.
We're not going to answer that question right now because he's not there yet.
Could take a big step closer to it, though, with this
Game
double
shot
10,
the first leg.
because that is a breaker throw against his nearest rival, the only player who can dislodge him in those
second leg, it's Mike to throw
qualifying positions.
First. Game on.
And then it'll just come down to who wins the group in our final lap of fixtures.
And they don't care about that at all. We might talk about it and say that, yeah, they want to win the group,
95.
but realistically, it's just about getting to Saturday night.
100.
When people play in the Grand Slam of darts, there is a bonus, isn't there, for winning your group?
Yeah, I've often wondered if that's something that could one day we see included in the Super Series.
140.
I wouldn't be surprised. One thing that this project has had
60.
is evolution. They've tried different formats, but one thing that has remained the same is that it's 501 straight start, because that's what people
99.
are very aware of. It's the ubiquitous darts game, especially here in Europe.
85. Mike, you record 167.
2/3 of the way there in leg 2, and he might get this in 3.
120.
Mike Warburton has turned up to this one. He clearly knows the situation. But with
83. Mike, you record 47.
how much does Scott Baker know? Scott Baker knows he needs to win all 5.
Double 16.
Game shot on the second
He
leg.
really has turned up.
Mike Warburton.
This is fabulous. Couple of legs. The equivalent of 2 14 darters.
So leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
It's just what the doctor ordered.
Well, according to the stats and the averages there,
60.
you'd call this a mismatch. If this was boxing, there'd be an inquiry going on right now.
You can't knock someone out in darts after one
60.
leg. You have to go the distance. But if we have seen a knockout punch today, I
100.
suppose the best one was from Reece Robinson hitting that 150 in the last leg. Because that's the shot that got him through. Whatever your plans are this weekend,
55.
remember you can join us from 7:30 on Saturday. If you're not able to join us via Sporty Stuff TV,
140.
you can join us on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel and can take us wherever you are.
$140.
Mike's best average of the week
140.
came a few days ago, 97.03. Is there a possibility that he's got a little bit more in reserve to have
81.
maybe his best
Scoring requires
performances
61.
towards the end of the week for a change?
He will certainly hope so. He'll hope that he can continue this performance and get this one over the line.
41.
But Scott Baker looking good for holding his throw here. And sets himself up on double 10.
That's a double that's won him a World Championship match before.
65. Scott, you require 20.
Getting closer.
Game
Built
shot the
towards that,
third
didn't
leg.
he? He was
Scott
working his
Baker.
way in. When we talk about Mike Warburton, I think a really interesting point here is the
Fourth leg, it's
the
Mike to
180
throw
count.
first. Game
So
on.
Group A, Mike Warburton played 15 games of darts and hit 9 maximums. A lot of them came on the last day. So far in this
100.
group, he's hit 11. Same sort of story that we were talking about in the last game, where the players in this group hitting more
22.
180s in less matches than they did at the start of the week in Group A when they had 15.
I've just tried to figure out who it was that Scott Baker hit that double 10 against to get his first World Championship win. It was Ross Montgomery.
180.
That was a 3-0 win back on the 8th of January 2019.
140.
Ironic, isn't it? I start talking about 180s and Mike Warburton goes and hits one.
Does he want another one? He wanted another one, just doesn't get it.
105.
Any guesses who Scott played in the next round of that World Championship?
99. Mike, you require 116.
I will say one thing. He had him in trouble. Scott didn't win it, but he had his opponent in bother.
I should know really, because I looked at this the other
100.
day when first came in. It was 3-2.
4-3.
Well, it was
100.
within one set.
Mike, you require 16.
We'll give you till the time it takes for this board to revolve,
Game
as they
shot
said
the
on
fourth
Bullseye.
leg.
But
Mike Warburton.
as it revolves over the next 10 seconds, what are you going to do, Edgar? Are you going to gamble? Are you going to stick with what you've
Fifth leg,
got?
it's
Because you've had
Scott to
a
throw
brilliant day, haven't you?
first. Game on.
I think I would, in this situation, I'd take the bendy bully because it's just not. And when you say it, I'll kick myself.
100.
Durant. Went on to win the title, of course, beating Scott Waits in the final for his third Lakeside Championship.
100.
You sense the end could be nigh for Baker.
180.
But if we look at the leg difference now, he's on +5. Warburton's on +9. He needs to win the next 3 legs.
100.
And then he'd probably need to beat John Michael by a distance.
Well, if he won the next
40.
3, he'd go +6. Warburton would come down to +8. he would still need Mike Warburton to lose the last game anyway. So that 8 would come down to 7. So Baker could draw at 7 with 4-3.
60.
So 4-3 is not the worst scoreline. I just don't know what the next breakdown would be after that. We'll try and figure that one out if that sort of
100.
route starts going. But he could. If he can turn this around and win this one,
100.
beat John
It's got to be
Michael,
quite
he
81.
will force Warburton into a situation where he can't just go and coast through the last match.
39. Mike
get it done then.
41.
In a similar sort of vein as Reece Robinson. A big out for a place in Saturday. Not quite.
89. Scott, you require 42.
Is the game continuing?
Game shot
Yes,
the
it
fifth
is.
leg. Scott Baker.
Have you got any fingernails left, Scott Baker fans?
Sixth leg, it's Mike
I
to
hope
throw
so, because there
first.
could be legs
Game-
left. Well, that is how you start.
180.
When you've got the darts and you're looking to get through via not going the distance.
60.
He's got Baker exactly where he wants him now.
Troubleless visit there for Scott Baker as we'll just put him against the ropes, put him in the corner. You can just find one big treble. He will keep him at arm's length.
38.
I could have a little go with the old Dirty Dancing line there. Nobody puts Baker in the corner. But I don't think Johnny Castle's going to come through those doors and rescue you,
140.
Scott.
The 38 would have felt like a rescue to this leg, a situation that could have completely got away from him, but now he's back on the coattails of Mike Warburton.
100.
140 now would be huge. That is a great dart. He might fill it up.
140.
He's had a few darts this week which have bounced off his own equipment and found the floor. I was almost holding my breath there, hoping for Scott's sake that he didn't do it again. But look at this. Treble 13 for the ideal shot.
159. Scott, you record 161.
He opened with a 180, a maximum shot. He sets it up with a 159, which was a maximum shot. Scott Baker's done his part.
99.
He's left
Mike
a 2
require
darter after 12.
24.
But it's not up to him now. Double 6. He's in
Game
Saturday
shot
night.
and the match.
He makes it.
Mike Warburton.
He's had an up and down week, but he does it with a game to spare against Reece Robinson in game 15, and that will now just be a game to see who wins the group. Scott Baker put up a heck of a fight throughout the course of Friday, but unfortunately he comes up short, and he will have a game against John Michael in game 14 just for league position. We'll take a short break now, and then we will see Steve Haggerty and Jack Wareing for the last time this week.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Mike Warburton, well, we are going to be seeing him tomorrow night, and he has sealed his place into finals night in some style. 100.73 average, 2 maxims to get the better of Scott Baker by 4 legs to 2. As you can see there, him and Robinson both tied on 14 points, but the gap between Robinson and John Michael now too big a bridge to gap with just 1 round of matches to go. Now that is going to begin with the final matches of the week for Jack Wareing, who was our ADC qualifier this week, and he takes on Steve Haggerty. And so one final run out for this pair before they depart the Super Series, and it's going to be watched by Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, last time we'll see these two then, so let them just run free one more time in a best of 7 match, and they can, in a funny sort of way, just enjoy this one. 2 very relaxed characters, so let's just find out what they can do when the shackles are off. You do have a prediction about this one, don't you, Matt?
You know, I've got a feeling, I've just got that vibe that Steve Haggerty is going to put in his best performance of the week here. So far, his best performance of the week is an 85.33 average. I think he's going to exceed that here.
Okay, first leg, it's Jack to throw first. Game on.
Reason being for that, he is one of those players that does like to put the weight of the world on his own shoulders. And in a situation like this, where we can just come up and enjoy a game of darts, I think this is where we might see the best of Steve Haggerty.
83.
Did you know that Steve Haggerty played in the PDC World Youth Championship back in 2011?
2011?
58.
2012, I do beg your pardon. 2012 and 2013. He lost to Aidan Kirk in 2012.
60.
He lost to Dean Finn in 2013. And that was the year that the current world champion won it, Michael Smith.
22.
Let's find out who he beat en route then. Lewis Finez.
100.
Him. Sam Davidson. Beat those two. But lost out to Dean Finn, who eventually lost out to the eventual champion.
100.
It's amazing when we look at people like Steve Haggerty now. And they're people who have been part of the world youth system.
55.
It doesn't seem like it's been going that long, but it has been going for over a decade now.
You could probably tell by my reaction the surprise of...
65.
I looked at my calendar again just to check the year that we're in, thinking that was, what, 10 years ago? So
100.
If you think about the semi-finals of that 2013 championship, Adam Hunt played here a few weeks ago. Aaron Monk
99.
played here last year, back on the tour.
103.
Michael Smith, world champion, and Ricky Evans.
9 scored, yeah.
well, that just shows you that the system is firmly working.
87. Jack, your record is 60.
Double top.
Game shot on the first leg.
How many
Jack Wareing.
times does he have to hit double 10 for me to say that maybe he's just like most other
Second leg, it's
left-handers
Steve to throw first.
who find double 10 very comfortable? I think if he is to improve on his doubles overall, I think double 10 is going to be his best friend. Let me just take this opportunity to thank Jack for all of his efforts this week. He's put in a big shift. This is his 25th match.
180.
I know he's only won one of them, but he's stuck to his task all week. Always kept a smile on his face. He's just worked really hard.
59.
He's done the ADC proud. Not everybody can do what Adam Mull did, or what
60.
other people from the ADC have done.
But it is a route and a platform to allow anybody
41.
the opportunity to qualify for a place here at the Super Series. And I emphasise that word because
60.
we do have some invitations here at the Super Series. Jack is not one of them. He earned his place here. by winning one of those qualifying events in Coventry.
24.
Beating
Stevie Rock, 156.
The Muffin Man Steve Hine in the final.
Every time you
60.
say that, I think of the song. Do you know the Muffin Man? The Muffin Man.
100.
It's twice
Stevie
we've
Rock,
got some nursery
96.
rhymes already today.
It's one of those days.
Game show
And
the
that's one of those
second
shots
leg.
that everybody likes.
Steve Haggerty.
Well, not everybody. I don't think Jack Wareing would have enjoyed that shot.
Well, you like it when you've got it.
Feel like it's Jack to throw first. Game on.
Your prediction of a Steve Haggerty win with a high 80s average, it's very possible right now.
59.
How do you think Haggerty will feel about his efforts the last couple of days?
I think he'd be disappointed. But
100.
I also think if he got through and then lost, he'd be disappointed. And if he got through and got to the semi-finals, he'd be disappointed. And if he got through and got to the final, he'd be disappointed. I don't think he
55.
knows what is the next step for him. And I think he looks at the end goal, and it just seems so far
100.
away all the time that he doesn't know what his next step is to get him to that end goal. And he's always just watching the horizon.
I would
48.
advise him by saying, if you get another invite here, make your goal getting to Saturday. Always take the next step.
77.
Try and be the person on that roll of honour of the 12-week qualifying stages here at the MODUS Super Series.
140.
His ambition, maybe over the next year or possibly two, is
100.
to lift the title here. Or to maybe get a second challenge to a title.
If he was to lift the title, I would imagine the audience would probably suffer with
59.
quite bad
Stevie Rock,
necks because he's
124.
quite a tall guy as it is already.
92.
That's worked
Jack
out
McCoy,
brilliantly.
140. Stevie
That has
Rock,
not worked out
32. Game shot on the
Haggerty
third
with
leg.
no
Steve
hesitation.
Haggerty.
Finds himself a 2-1 lead with that break of throw. Impressive on the outer ring as well.
Fourth leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
In fact, both of them have.
I think that's been Jack's strong point, really, hasn't it? When he's been given the opportunities and they've presented themselves,
100.
more often than not, he's took them.
He has been receiving more opportunities over the last couple of days.
125.
And I'm just glad he's had the vehicle to show us more of what he can do. He may be in the infancy of his darts
100.
journey, and he may look at this as point zero, where everything really started to kick on. What he does from here is entirely up to him.
41.
I'm sure from the passing conversations that we've had and
71.
from the reactions online, he would love to get back here again. So I think we're going to see a lot more of Jack in the ADC tournament, trying to get his
140.
ranking up and his points so that he can earn another spot here at the Super Series for Super Series 4.
60.
One thing I will say is that, barring any massive loss of form, if he does come back, I expect improvement.
140.
That's where I will put a bit of
Stevie Rock,
pressure on him, because
170.
when you come here for the first time, you don't know what to expect. But if you're coming here for a second time,
100. Jack, you're required 55.
there's nothing new.
Game shot on the
More
fourth leg.
signs
Jack
of that
Wareing.
little bit of quality that I was talking about. Tight game here. And it's a tighter game than yesterday because
Fifth leg,
Haggerty
it's
won that
Jack
one by
to
4
throw
legs to 1.
first. Game on.
Just thinking outside the box right now, Matt.
85.
We had a lot of seniors at the start of 2023 when Q School was taking place. Would you like to see at another point of the year
100.
where we focus on another demographic, whether it be young players or maybe a full female week?
140.
I don't like the idea of full anything weeks. I love the Super Series in the format that it is at the moment because
100.
I like the tag of Worlds Collide, where we can have one off the Ladies Tour, we can have some off the ADC, we can have some off the Challenge Tour, the Development Tour,
84.
we can have some off the Seniors Tour, we can have a bit of everything, and we'll mix all those worlds together and have the best from everywhere and let them clash and see what happens.
140.
Our producers haven't really grasped that one yet, have they? Because the last time we sat together, you said that exact same thing to me about where worlds collide.
121.
I can't do it very well. I've got a very deep voice.
161.
But it has got a very good cachet to it. Because this is where worlds collide.
47. Jack requires 71.
Oh, he's gone and missed the single.
Yeah.
He's very hopeful of leaving here with
31.
another win.
Stevie requires
Because it was at this stage yesterday that he got his first win of the week.
58.
It's up to him
Jack requires 40.
to not be denied. Double five.
35. Stevie
may rue
requires
that.
56.
Yeah, this is for a breaker throw for Steve Haggerty. He's going to have 2 darts. It's
46.
the same result.
Jack requires
And
5.
the frustration levels on the stage build, but this 5's not a gimme.
No score. Stevie required 10.
Well, he's been trying to throw treble 20s the whole time. Maybe he should have just thrown at the 1s.
He's
Games on
devastated
the
by
50.
the last 2 darts.
Steve Haggerty.
One from him and one from Haggerty, who takes full advantage of that bad dart from Jack.
Sigler gets Steve to throw first. Game on.
And Haggerty is going home, but he might be going home in double figures.
100.
A win here for him would finish him on 10 points, and he would have a minus leg difference. Unfortunately for Jack, he knows all too well about that. If he loses this game,
43.
he will be past minus 70 for the week.
I was just trying to get my words out quick at the end of that.
140.
He was going to go for the big one because he's been in that situation a few times. The double's not the problem. It's the setup shot. It's the single beforehand that seems to cost him.
140.
It cost him again there on that one. Could have cost him the match.
100.
If you remember off air when I made that prediction to you, I said, I think we're going to get Steve Haggerty's best performance. Can you remember what numbers I said I expected?
140. Stevie records
Something like this?
61.
I said it'll be an 87 or an 88, which will be the best that he's produced all week.
99.
Incredible how many times you get it right.
56.
This is
Stevie
for
records
a
62.
send-off win. Double top.
22. Jack
Now it's up to Jack
22.
to find 4 18s in bull.
There's 1. There's 4.
88.
He misses the ball.
Stevie
That might be the
required
last
40.
dart we see from Jack Wareing in Super Series 3.
Double 10.
30.
It wasn't the last dart.
Jack records 34.
Now he's got to find another single. Finds it this time. And also
Games
finds
on
the
the
double.
sick flag. Jack Wareing.
So there's more on the menu. And he could still find his way to a second win of the week.
7 from
He does have the
final
darts
against
in the
Jack
last leg
to
as well.
throw First. Game on.
Everything's coming up, Jack. Just how much is Haggerty going to rue those missed match shots? I didn't think he'd miss.
100.
I think from the 11 it probably unsettled him a little bit, didn't it?
100.
What do you think of the grip on his darts? It's very unusual, isn't it?
Very different, isn't it?
70.
Can't quite figure it out.
100.
Almost looks like snake skin. Don't get any ideas, Peter.
I was going to say it looks a bit like white noise.
180.
That's red noise.
When we talk about when players are playing with freedom.
95. Jack
Wareing
151.
survived match darts, and then he's finding his best.
I quite like the 25 here.
45.
Because had he found it, it would have left a 2-darter. Bullseye even better.
100.
Look on the bright
Jack,
side, Steve.
106.
Those flights won't be needed tomorrow. You can throw them in the bin. Double 16.
74.
Goes way wide. But those
Steve, you
flights,
require
which look like they belong at the
106.
bottom of a hamster cage, might have one more job. Double 18.
Game
And they
shot
find
on the
him
match.
a win at the end.
Steve
And you can
Haggerty.
see that Jack Wareing was just so much wanting that second win. But he doesn't get it, courtesy of Hago getting to double digits in the points table. He will finish on 10 and a leg difference of -6. It's been very entertaining to have him here, and very much good luck to him and to Jack Wareing in their future endeavours. We'll see them again maybe in the future. When it comes to John Michael and Scott Baker, they are out as well, and they will go toe-to-toe next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Steve Haggerty has finished his account for the week with a 4-3 win against Jack Wareing. 2 more games to go. This one features John Michael and Scott Baker. It's going to be a final run out for this pair before they depart the scene, following the conclusion of this one. And then we'll have the victory lap between Mike Warburton and Reece Robinson. But we'll talk about that in just a second. It's Michael versus Baker first, and it's watched by Mr. Nicholson and Mr. Edgar.
I don't remember the last time I was called Mr. Nicholson. What about you, Mr. Edgar? You've never been called that.
I think the last time would probably be a couple of years ago when I went back to school when I was teaching during lockdown. I think that's probably the last time I was Mr.
Okay,
Edgar.
first leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
Well, it's been a somewhat up and down week for John, who decides to go for a change of equipment. Well, these are
60.
pretty looking things, aren't they? No such change of equipment here for Scott.
45.
But these are somewhat fancy-looking darts. You know for a fact Peter Wright would like them. They've got a bit of Peter about them, a little bit of purple on his birthday as well. He's 53 today, I believe.
95.
As far as shape is concerned, they
100.
look almost the same. Grip texture, different. The flights are different.
100.
Maybe he's looking to transition to these darts, and this is the
60.
right time to try something new.
Yeah, it's a bit of a free game in terms of the league table.
57.
A good opportunity to have a bit of a tinker. It's not too much of a difference. It'd be very different on the eye, though. Won't it
60.
look different in the board?
Never been a fan of purple here. For two reasons. One, I lost in a purple
41.
shirt at the World Championship, and I thought, after that, I'm never wearing purple again. Secondly, it's the colour of the Baltimore Ravens, who I despise.
100.
I know as commentators we're supposed to be neutral, but we do have our teams. I'm sure you're not a fan of
99.
Birmingham City.
Johnny McGuire, 95.
There are better clubs out there.
63.
That was very, very
Scott, you require 64.
politically correct. There are better clubs out there.
Game shot on
There
the
aren't many
first
better
leg.
64
Scott Baker.
checkouts out there. Scott will definitely be thinking about what
Second
happened on
against
Thursday.
Scott to throw first.
As far as today's concerned, he's got
Game
6 points from 8. But it was yesterday that did the damage.
140.
There's no question about it. Scott Baker will be back.
45.
What will John Michael have made over the last 5 days? Because it has been very much up and down. He was very much in the mix
140.
until the very end of Group A. So he has contended most of the time.
I think that's where I'd expect John
41.
Michael to be as well, in contention, around about the middle of the tables. And that's where he's been in Group A and
60.
here in Group C. Although, if Scott Baker is to beat John Michael here, he will relegate him to 5th.
81. Scott, you require 161.
It's not looking good for John here. These
45.
different darts don't seem to be going in with the same sort of likelihood. They're going in more upright.
100. Scott, you require 116.
Difficult game for a referee, this one, because it's super quick.
60.
It's where someone like Owen Binks has to go into terms and conditions mode. Even I couldn't say it. Terms and conditions mode.
100. Scott, you require 56.
You know those people who talk very fast at the end of a radio advert?
36.
Maybe they don't
Johnny
talk as fast as Scott Baker
134.
does play this game.
He could be halfway
42.
through the game if he can
Scott, you
convert the
require
double 10.
20.
There's no messing here from Baker. It's straight from the table to the hockey.
15. Johnny require 92.
John Michael knows a thing or two about double fives today. He's missed a hatful of them. 76 means double time. And he went for the 60, of course.
52. Scott, you require 5.
I think he's one of them players that just play on the moment. They don't really have a plan. It's just how I
Game
feel
on
at
the
that period
second
of time.
leg. Scott Baker.
Which, if you asked him right now, he'd feel like he'd want to be on the way home.
Phil against John to throw
Now,
first.
just to
Game
give you
on.
an indication of how long it's going to take for some of these players to get home, Steve Haggerty will be home by tea time,
100.
maybe by 5 o'clock. John Michael,
43.
depending on what flight he's got, he won't be home until tonight. Very late.
95.
How long does it take to fly to Greece? It's about 4 hours.
My geography isn't that strong, really, to be
41.
honest, so I wouldn't want to make too much of a prediction. But about 4 hours sounds about right, I think.
81.
Yeah, you've got to go past Italy, and it's a fair way past there. So, yeah, I would imagine it's somewhere between 3 and 4 hours.
140.
He's going to have a lot to mull when he's on that flight.
55. 140.
More like it from Baker.
John, you've got 170.
He's the only person getting 140s in this match. He's got 4 of them. John Michael's got none.
60. Scott, you've got 137.
Double top. Or the layup.
97. John, you've got 110.
Just get the job done. You get the feeling that John has really hit the wall.
Scott, you require 40.
I had that feeling about halfway through the day as well that he was going that way.
Game shot on the third leg. Scott Baker.
And you do feel like this could be going the way of Scott Baker to 0.
Steve Haggerty finished on 10 points.
Fourth leg, it's Scott to throw
Baker
first.
does the same by winning 1 more leg. He will jump Haggerty. And
100.
Jump John Michael into 3rd position. Considering he started the day in 5th.
140.
It just proves how good a day he's had. In fact, most of the players have had good days. John Michael's only got 2 points today. Waring's got none. The others have all got 6.
60. 100.
He's teased us this 5-ton leg a couple of times today. Is he going to depart with it?
I notice when he throws, he's almost got that rock and roll sign going with the finger up. Rock and roll.
100.
Yes. You know you want to do it, Scott. 5-ton leg.
96. Scott, you've got 101.
Still on. Still on. Oh, he's done it as well. What a way to finish things off with a 5-ton leg and a 4-0 victory against John Michael. Well, I know it's not a massive highlight for a lot of people, but we don't see that very often anymore. And we do like to see people hitting ton plus checkouts. 101 to finish it off, and Baker departs with a 3rd spot in Group C. We'll take a break now, and when we come back, it will be the final match of Group C between Warburton and Robinson.
And a very warm welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We've reached the final game here in Group C in Week 5, and it is the top two at the end of proceedings that are going toe-to-toe. We know Mike Warburton and Reece Robinson are going to be making their way through to tomorrow night's final here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Just one more job to do to see where they're going to finish in the table, because points mean prizes, places mean prizes, and it'll mean a more favourable Saturday night draw for the pair. So it's Warburton v Robinson to finish off Group C with Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Winner doesn't take all, but the winner takes the #1 spot. And for bragging rights over the next 24 hours, the winner of this one will be feeling really good ahead of Saturday night's finals.
Okay, first leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Drink this one in and maybe see if this gives us any further information leading into that Saturday night. Because we now have half of our field. Dennett, Warburton and Robinson, with the other three to come a little bit later.
85.
We can probably say Conor Heenahan's got at least a foot in the door already. He's top of the table on 8, but looking at the arm of Mike Warburton here, it looks like he might have been in the walls a little bit.
Dart players spend a lot of time around sharp equipment. You never know, he might have mishandled one of his darts at one point and
60.
Scratched his arm. It won't bother him.
Where that is on his arm, it strikes me as he went to retrieve the darts and maybe caught it on the wire.
60.
Maybe one of them was about to fall out and he tried to catch it or something and scraped his arm on the fascia of the board.
I'll tell you a little story about something that happened to me in Australia once. We were doing the Australian Open in 2010 at Revesby. And it was about 30 minutes out. I was just about to play Wayne Weaning in my first round match. And I was retrieving 3 darts from the board, and I realised that there was a spur on one of the wires, and I thought, well, I've got to get rid of that, because that could be quite dangerous for both Wayne and I. And when I pulled at it, it peeled all the way around the board.
57. Might require
and I immediately said,
20.
is it all right if we change this board? I think it's quite dangerous. Double top for the first leg.
80.
I don't know about you, but one thing I have seen from Warburton this week is improvement towards the end
66.
He hit the wall on Monday against Heenahan. He didn't play well at all. But on Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday, he's improved towards the end of the campaigns. And he is going to get a lie in tomorrow, which I'm sure he's going to take full advantage of.
James on the first leg.
And he does take advantage of that first leg.
Could be a nice little feature, couldn't it?
Second leg, it's Reece to throw
players
first.
attack dartboards. We'd have Colin Lloyd, and he punched the board at the World Championship. We'd have Kim Hybrex, who headbutted the board
140.
at the recent UK Open.
Aaron Monk did the same.
It's mad, isn't it, that on the same weekend we had 2 players headbutt dartboards.
When it comes to headbutting things, I'm not really a big fan.
60.
But when it's something that has got metal on it, I'm an even lesser fan of that.
Yeah, I don't see much
45.
in the way of winning that battle. I think head's always going to lose there. But certainly the fleshy part.
60.
I've seen Aaron Monk hit a few things over the years. A couple of weeks ago, I saw him punching the carpet at a European Tour event in Kiel in Germany. And that was when he won.
56.
Just imagine what he would have done if he'd lost. Darts is a frustrating business. There's a fine line between excellence and mediocrity.
180.
That's rather excellent. If you'd have done that in a whole Bill and Ted style, I said excellent there, you would have got a little strumming
58.
of an electric guitar. Some people know what I'm talking about. Not Edgar, though. He's not a movie aficionado like me.
No, me and my 7-movie library won't know too much.
100.
What's in the library?
Free Guy.
Like it. Okay, you're redeemed already.
180.
Original version.
101.
No, the modern ones.
No, you've just completely lost me now.
How about the in-betweeners? Do I save it there?
Nah. Just keep it at Free Guy and you're okay.
54. Reach required 22.
So you'll know this reference. Don't have a good day. Have a great day.
8. Mike
lines
required
of Ryan
47.
The man who is the chairman of this man's hometown football club. Here's Mike, 2-0 up.
31.
No, he's not.
Reach required 14.
Interesting.
Game
You don't see
on
many
the
people
second
splitting
leg.
7-7 for
Reece
2
Robinson.
6-6. That's an interesting play, and it worked really well.
Phil gets Mike to throw first.
If we
Game
get Johnny Haynes back here, I'm going to start calling him Officer Johnny. If you like Free Guy, the movie, you'll get that reference. Very funny film.
on.
I've
100.
spent many of evenings. I like to go to sleep, and there'll be a lot of people quite relatable to this, with something on in the background, but something I've watched before. So I end up watching like the same movie for
43.
about 6-7 weeks in a row, and that was one of my recent ones.
Yeah, I think there was a study about how people tend to watch series and movies repetitive nature because it's calming.
140.
It's actually good for anxiety because you know what's going to happen.
Well, I hope the missus is listening to this, because she always moans that I watch the same things over and over again. Tell me I'm such a calm person.
60.
I don't think the atmosphere in here is going to be calm come Saturday night. It will be tense.
100.
Come on, what else is on the list? You gave us 3 there.
60.
It depends what time of year
Might
it is
give
as
a
well, you
100
see.
It's one of our
61.
Christmas movies.
Yeah, because that's when I fluctuate between Elf and Home Alone.
Both get my vote.
97.
I like the new Aladdin.
Next thing you're going to see a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
95. Mike
Con Air,
requires
like Con Air,
64.
that's a good film.
It's so bad it's good. Level 16.
32.
Well, the reason behind Warburton coming back is because Reece Robinson has been bad in this leg,
94.
but that is good for Warby.
Mike required 32. Game shot in
He
the
is 2-1
third
in
leg.
front.
Mike Warburton.
He will feel good about winning this group if that is the case, but he's the one defending top spot, remember?
Four
He's the
minutes
one who
race to
has
throw first.
the better leg
Game
difference coming into this final match. But it's not about leg difference anymore. It's about who's going to walk away with 16 points.
95.
Reece Robinson has that aura at the moment of a guy who knows it's job done. Knows that it... And this is quite a hard situation to play in. You saw him there, like, throw his body into that shot, trying to find some
100.
natural sort of momentum and fluency with the throw, but all those emotions would have left him. That
45.
adrenaline would be gone. He's playing this game at the moment essentially in that crash mode. Would this be where you try replacing it maybe with one of those sugary
121.
drinks?
Just something to lift you up. I remember some long
128.
tournaments I played in the past where I would have a sugar tablet just as an immediate hit, just to give you a little bit of a burst.
85.
You know how I was talking a little bit earlier about how Haggerty had been in World Youth Championships?
133.
He's been in 2, but Reece Robinson's been in 4. His best result back in 2014, the year that Keegan Brown won. He lost out to Kurt Parry of Wales
Reach require
by
100.
6 legs to 3 in the quarterfinals. Do you know who he beat in the round before that?
Might require 55.
Dimitri van den Berg. He was in the Premier League last night. And Warburton might be the premier player in this group. If he gets one more leg.
Mike Warburton.
Another player that Reece Robinson beat in that 2014 World Youth Championship. A certain Martin Schindler, who is arguably the best player in Germany right now. A very talented player. And a certain Reece Hayden as well. He beat in the first round.
60.
Good friend of ours here at the Super Series. That was an interesting year where Keegan won that final at the O2 in London in front of 10,000 people. I'm very much hopeful that we will get something in the region of maybe 80 to 100 people here tomorrow night.
83.
Just remember, if you are keen to come here, not just for tomorrow, but for future Saturday nights. It's only Saturday night on offer. You can go to dartshop.tv and reserve your tickets there. They are complimentary. We'd love to see you here and say hello. And you can enjoy the action from 7:30 p.m. on a Saturday night.
140.
And if you'd like to meet Mike Warburton, no time like the present, because he is going to be here. Same goes for Robinson. He'll be here.
25.
And in the case of Matt Dennett, who won Group A, he'll be back, because he's been back home for the last couple of days and will return tomorrow.
60. Nice
switch in the end. I'm not really sure why he went to 18s.
58.
Single would have left a bogey number. It may not matter.
134.
That's a wonderful approach. Now the 127 in game must be found. Bullseye.
Game shot in the 5th leg. Reece Robinson.
One of these days, our referee will say it, because we all mean it, when the 127 and game is found.
Game on.
Warburton was thinking, right, all you got to do is miss the ball and I've got to hit double 12 and game is up.
140.
But obviously Robinson's in no mood to submit. Doesn't strike me as the kind of guy who would quit at anything.
81.
You have to have this amount of stubbornness about you when you're a dart player, because more often than not,
45.
you suffer defeat in your mission. You live for those days where you are a winner. If you win something like 10%
60.
of the tournaments you enter, that's a brilliant career.
$56.
Robinson's obviously trying to find some fluency by taking away the aiming aspect of his throw and going for the 18s a bit more. Maybe just searching for something ahead of Saturday night.
95.
Reece's last score was 56. 95.
We're just going to check those scores and make sure they're on the right ones before we keep going. Everything is fine, and we're back. Now he's got to stay straight.
60.
Warburton should surely go to 19s. Don't go 20s. It doesn't make sense. Don't stay there. Oh, Mike. Mike.
100.
I know we go on about it quite a lot.
85.
Things like that, when they have probably happened 15 times today, this may be one of the reasons why some of these players do not have professional privileges, because they make calculating errors.
95. Reece require 115.
127 is a nice finish. 115 is possible as well.
77.
But now it's a chance for Warby to put him away to get the #1 spot in Group
Mikey
C.
requires 70.
After finishing 5th in Group A, which was harsh. 16.
54.
He'll have to survive more survival
requires
darts
38.
from Mr. Robinson. 1.
No score.
Back for
Mikey
8 then.
requires 16.
He won his last game yesterday by 4 legs to 0, averaging almost 93. He hasn't
No
won
score.
this one because he's bust his score.
Reece required 38.
16 to keep this one alive.
6.
Some tired darts
Mikey
here
requires 60.
in game number 20. Game number 30, sorry,
Game
of Group
shot
C.
and the match.
But that is the #1
Mike
spot
Warburton.
for Mike Warburton. And he will go into Saturday night as a group winner. But Reece Robinson, who was the first person to guarantee his spot in Saturday night, will now have the rest of the day off and most of Saturday ahead of what will be a brilliant tussle for the title on Saturday night here in Week 5. 84.7 for the average and 55 the highest checkout for Warburton. But the highlight of that game, it has to be that match-saving 127 from Reece Robinson. Hopefully we'll see the best of him on Saturday night alongside Warby. The best of our commentary crew has just gone to the balcony alongside Henry now, and they're going to chew the fat through what we've seen today.
Paul, thank you very much indeed. And as Mike Warburton shook the hand of Reece Robinson at the end of that one, he said, see you tomorrow night, because they are the 2 qualifiers through Group C, and on the balance of play, deservedly so.
Yeah, I think you could probably have chucked Scott Baker in there as being in the mix, but he left himself far too much to do on the back of what we've seen today. He had a great showing. He won 4 from 5 today, played really good stuff, but one win on the first day was always going to be an uphill battle, and he was always going to need favours in there as well, which, how it sort of worked out, probably wouldn't have helped him too much in the long run anyway. But overall, on the balance play, like you said, the right results.
And as you say, Scott Baker, the one that can really count himself unlucky. Slow start on the first day. John Michael was in the mix going into the final days of action here, but one win on the last day, well, it completely scuppered everything for him.
He looked completely fatigued and completely tired today. There was not much left in the tank for John Michael. This has been a long week, 5 days of action, playing 5 games a day, 25 matches in such a short period of time, spread out over quite a sizable day. You put in a couple of hours beforehand as well for the practice. It's early mornings all the way through. I'm not surprised. We see it quite regular that people just start to look a little bit fatigued and a little bit gassed come the end. I think John Michael was in that camp today.
Out of Mike and Reece, who do you fancy the most to have a good night tomorrow?
I think it depends how the groups play down. I think there might be a more favourable group tomorrow. And I think there's going to be one really strong group and one group that's a little bit more opportunistic. And it'll be interesting if we have this conversation a bit later on tonight at the conclusion of Group B. And when we can see those groups and see those tables, I think I'll be able to give you a much fairer answer at that point.
Well, Group B is what we're going to see tonight here on Sporty Stuff TV and on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. This is a table then at the halfway stage. It's got a Haggerty who leads the way. He won all 4 matches last night, including a 9-dart finish, which we'll talk about a little bit more later on this evening. Alan Norris, though, did what he had to do, didn't he? 6 points, very strong position.
And when you look at the table and how it played out, Jamie Kellin was nowhere near his A game, his B game or his C game. I don't even know how far down the alphabet I need to go to find what game Jamie Kellin brought yesterday. And when you do that and then you're coming back and you're trying to be in a position like he is where he's got to go through the card, he could be in a position today where he might only get 1 win this evening, because it'll end up, we saw him last night starting to react to the situation, almost smiling, like trying to laugh it off, but it's not a situation that deep down he's finding funny. It's a situation he's finding frustrating. And he could be one way you could go, right, Alan Norris could get the win there. He's going to be strong favourite to beat Trina Gulliver as well. That will be enough points to guarantee himself a place through, which would be good progression for Alan Norris. He's someone who does eye up going back to the main tour again, so getting through this would be a good step forward.
Looking forward to that, aren't we?
I think it's going to be a really good night of action, and it'll be interesting as well when we come back on air, because I think there's going to be some real good predictions tonight. I think from this group, I think we could probably pick maybe 5, maybe even 6 predictions from the lineup of 10 matches tonight.
He is teasing us, and he's going to be back. Nico's going to be back, I'm going to be back. The whole team are going to be back here at 10 o'clock this evening to see how Group B pans out here at the MODUS Super Series. We'll find out the final 3 spots into the Week 5 final. But as far as Group C is concerned this week, well, it was bread and butter, wasn't it, for Warby?